Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, we wish to welcome you to today. As we come towards the end of the business for this session, I would really like to congratulate all of you for ending the session. Congratulations. And I also want to remind you that you've made 1 year in Parliament. And that now requires you to do accountability for what you have done within the 1 year that you've been in Parliament in terms of legislation vis-a-vis what you've done for your constituents. So you need to do that accountability, because this is the day when we're sworn in anyway. This week is very critical for this House as we consider the bills and the budget. We should be able to finish this week all the bills and the budget, the tax bills. Honorable members, in the course of the budget process, we have seen that the PF Finance Management Act, most of the sections are not consistent with the Constitution. So we ask Finance to bring amendments to the Public Finance Management Act to be in conformity with the Constitution. We need you to do that, and that should be done in the first session of the next sitting. And remember, the Constitution is superior. So you need to make amendments in conformity with the Constitution. And this should be done really as soon as possible. Honorable members, I have been following some news and some sentiments that some of us make in regard to the 1 million shillings that was in this House. It was passed, it was adopted, 1 million was removed and taken to education fund. And it was an agreed position. But you find members talking like they've removed 10 billion from them. And I want to tell you members, Olanya used to be like you, and you'll be like Olanya. The unity that we have created in this house should remain. Why would you complain about the 1 million? 1 million. And those who are not happy with the 1 million, kindly register your names. Register your names. Bring your names to my office and I'll pay you cash. And I'll come and read it in the house. These are the people we have refunded their money. Honorable members, I want to value today's paper. We have a report from the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. She's going to present a report on the bills that have been passed in the East African Legislative Assembly. She'll present them. And then secondly, I am also amending the order paper to bring the supplementary budget 234, which were laid on this house some time back. We need to dispose them off. I want to thank you so much. We are going to have a longer day. The day is going to be long. So those issues of procedures, what? Yes? Yes, Nathan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you mentioned concluding the budget process. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, I was on a radio program and the students from Bishop Stuart University and on the matter which is in this ministerial policy statement on page 28, where the Minister of Education is saying that students who are in the universities and on their own scheme, because of the budget cuts by the Minister of Finance, it will not be able to provide money for them to continue and finish their courses. Madam Speaker, the criteria of selecting these students, one of them, these students must be needed, must be from poor families. So now that we are concluding the budget process, Madam Speaker, I wanted this Parliament to come up with a statement that these students who are needed and they are continuing and they're already in the universities, the money will be provided in the budget so they are able to complete their courses. I thank you, Madam Speaker. And I beg today, this document,
have you confirmed that is not provided for?
Madam, I'm on the Committee of Education, that money was not provided for. Maybe
so the mistake was on you. How do you now bring something at the tail end?
You see, Madam Speaker, this matter, I remember the presiding officer had instructed the entities to submit these ministerial documents.
Fine.
But we did not get these documents. But I'm happy I got it, and it is on page 28. I beg
no, we have
Madam
that
Speaker.
document. You don't need to lay it on table. We
Okay,
have
Madam
it.
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Wagorai Simon Peter. I represent the people of Achua constituency in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, on your communication, I want to appreciate you and as well congratulate members for making 1 year in the 11th Parliament. Madam Speaker, when you were communicating, you said you only saw on the social media about the messages coming from the members of Parliament regarding the 1 million which has been deducted from their accounts. I want to bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, that not only on the social media, I have taken time and I listened to some of the radios. Members of Parliament are complaining on radios. Even in the canteen, in the corridors of Parliament, people are talking the same language. Like really, Madam Speaker, when you communicate that Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Olanya, was one of us, and we shall be like him. So really, I want to join you that the members who are complaining, let them bring their names. They should be taken to record I will join you to even refund the monies of those who are going to come up and say they need back their monies. I submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I don't want any contribution in regard to that statement. I want Olanya to rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, there's a procedural matter from.
Madam Speaker, I am proceeding under 25 to
Hi,
react to
delay.
your communication.
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Speaker,
Thank you very much, Right Honourable
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker, you spoke about accountability after 1 year in Parliament. That accountability applies to those of us who are here. We have 2 colleagues who are in prison. Last week, the Honorable Alan Sewanyana and Honorable Segirinya made 8 months in prison. And I came to your office when I was going to pay them a visit. And you are very happy with some pocket money that you sent them. Madam Speaker, can the government tell us, because there's even mandatory, I've forgotten the legal term, but after serving 8 months, you benefit mandatory bail. 8 months in prison. Can the government tell us why on matters of Honorable Alan Sewanyana and Honorable Segirinya, they don't want to follow the law? Can government tell us? Because you see, you've spoken about accountability for all of us who are here. And the matter of representation is a very serious matter. That's why, as we're here, barring the Honorable Jacob Orange, Electoral Commission was organizing elections. They couldn't even allow us to first conclude the burial, because it is very important for constituencies to be represented. 8 months, they are not tried, and I am happy the Attorney General is here. When it came to the election of the Speaker, in 1 hour, he had given a legal interpretation that elections must be conducted. I hope he will give the same interpretation that people who are in jail, members of Parliament for 8 months, should be freed or tried. And related, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, last week we had a report of the UN about the violation of rights in Uganda, which affects all of us. As I speak to you, Madam Speaker, your former leader, Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, is under house arrest, even against a court order that you cannot turn his house into a prison. So that's what I thought I should bring to your attention, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ibrahim. Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Member. On the issue of the colleagues who are in custody, I will look at the law and find out if I can find a provision under which I can advise that they be freed. From what I've looked at, once they are under the process of court, we have to wait for court to make that decision. It would actually be wrong for me to render an opinion that of the house arrest. I think it's also lawful. I've not seen the court order, and I'm sure if I get a copy of the court order, it could help me to render an opinion on that. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Attorney General, we have a session in the afternoon. Can you give us a feedback on that in the afternoon?
Feedback on which matter?
On the issue of the Segrinyas. Why aren't they still in prison? Why are they not being?
Like I said, the moment court is seized of a matter, I find it very, very difficult, Right Honourable Speaker, to render an opinion on such a matter. The sub judice rule will catch me on the wrong side of it, because the matter is now seized by the court, and all prayers in respect to their release should be made to the court. But Right Honourable Speaker, yes, I'll still be here in the afternoon. I'll check on what the status is and
Yes,
report
give
back to the
us the
House.
status. What is happening? When will they appear? When will they be tried? Are they just sitting in prison just like that? We need a feedback.
I will get the feedback, Right Honourable Speaker.
These people have families. There was Asmani.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And Right Honourable Speaker, as the Attorney General comes in the afternoon, he should also provide information on why government arrests people, then does investigations later, because it's becoming a very big problem. Our colleagues, the Honourable Segrinya and Honourable Siwanyana, spent a lot of time on remand, and they are not the only ones. There are many Ugandans that have been arrested, they are remanded, and government is investigating later. So maybe you would also advise what motivates government to arrest people without evidence and incarcerate them for a long time as they keep investigating. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of the Honourable Jacob Bolanya, I was here in the House. I wanted to support you. We made a resolution, and the issue I raised is procedural. There is a resolution of this House, and that resolution is binding on us. Now, if Parliament makes a resolution, there is a procedure of turning around that resolution. So I think anybody who is uncomfortable with that resolution, I would advise that unless that resolution is rescinded by this House, it still stands. So those of us who were in the House that day and participated in that resolution are aware that we did resolve in that manner. And for me, I would only advise, Right Honourable Speaker, that the discomfort and even your guidance that people should register and come, the best approach would be that people come back in the House through a substantive motion seeking to rescind that resolution. Until that happens, we will continue to be bound by that resolution. At least I was here. I wanted to give some context so that this matter is settled, because, Right Honourable Speaker, I have also heard people say that you imposed it, that it was your imposition. It's not really true, with due respect. I think this House resolved. And I remember the resolution was unanimous. It was unanimous. Those of us who are here, I don't recall objections in that regard. I don't recall. So I thought we would provide the context that matter.
Honorable members.
Thank you.
No information on that. I already ruled to that effect. And I appreciate your contribution.
And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, this week, as chairman of Muslim Parliamentary Caucus, one of the countries of the Muslim world lost a leader,
Yes.
the president of United Arab Emirates. At an appropriate time, Right Honourable Speaker, I would seek your indulgence that this House observes a moment of silence. We enjoy a very good working relationship with the United Arab Emirates as a country, and it would only be fair and in promotion of that diplomatic relationship that we observe a moment of silence for the departed Sheikh.
Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this morning, we have Honorable Dr. Jeremiah, a former member of Parliament of Iki constituency, is the acting Kampala University. He's a visiting lecturer in Bustema and Medical School. He has come to witness the proceedings. You're most welcome, Doctor. Can you join together and welcome him? And on the same note, it's really sad note that we lost the leader of that we enjoy a lot of economic business relationship with UAE. Can we raise for a moment of silence for the leader?
may
Right Honorable Kadaga.
Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, habari za asubuhi, wabunge wa Uganda, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour, good morning.
Good morning.
Speaker, I'm here today to fulfill a responsibility under Article 123 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Ratification of Treaties Act. It is true that I shall be coming to present bills under Article 65 of the Treaty for East African Community. But for today, I want to start with the protocol, the extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice, and I therefore beg to lay this protocol. Madam Speaker and members, the East African Community has a membership of the Republic of Uganda, Republic of Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania, the Republic of Burundi, the Republic of Rwanda, Republic of South Sudan, and as I informed you recently, Democratic Republic of Congo. One of the areas of cooperation is in legal and judicial affairs as part of the integration agenda. This African Court of Justice is an organ of the community established under Article 9(1)(f) of the treaty. Originally, it was restricted to interpreting the treaty and adjudicating on staff-related matters and provision for advisory opinions only. However, we are allowed to operationalize additional protocols. Therefore, on the 20th February 2015, the heads of state of this African community signed the protocol to operationalize extended jurisdiction of that court. His Excellency President Museveni signed on behalf of Uganda. Upon signature of the protocol, all the partner states were enjoined to ratify that protocol. Once it is ratified, it will enlarge the jurisdiction beyond the interpretation of the treaty to matters of trade and investment, the customs union, the common market, and eventually the monetary union. Honorable Speaker and members, the protocol has gone through all the legal processes. The Attorney General, in his letter on 7th August 2018, declared the protocol for ratification by Cabinet. It did not require an amendment of the Constitution. Secondly, on 18th November 2021, the Ministry of Finance endorsed the ratification of the protocol since it required no additional funding from the government. Finally, on the 20th December 2021, under Minute Extract 351 of 2021, Cabinet approved the ratification of the protocol and authorized the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to sign, seal, and deposit the instrument of ratification with the Secretary General of the East African Community. We expect that this will strengthen the bilateral and multilateral cooperation among the partner states. It will increase the volume of trade and investment, but more importantly, be a smooth avenue for dispute resolution. After signing, sealing, and depositing the instruments of ratification, a notice will be communicated to the Uganda population through the print media. Let me also add that in order for the protocol to come into force, all the 6 partner states must sign, seal, and deposit the instrument. And the honorable members, you'll be informed about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, and thank you for the report. We'll be receiving the same kind of reports regularly. I want to thank you for fulfilling your constitutional obligation. Next item. Supplementary. Yes, procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My procedural issue, Madam Speaker, is about the value and attachment that we give to our supreme law, and in this case, the Constitution. Madam Speaker, all of us here swore to protect, preserve, and defend this Constitution. And we say, so help us God or Almighty Allah. Madam Speaker, on Thursday, May 12th, as I exited the house and got home, it occurred to me that my founding president, Dr. Kizza Besigye, was violently arrested and then roughed up, jacked around the trousers like a chicken thief. Somebody that has offered himself for the highest office. Somebody with the ability and capability and potential to become the commander-in-chief. Madam Speaker, procedural issues simply whether we still have what is termed as the Constitution. And Madam Speaker, sir, if we as members of Parliament still hold, Madam Speaker, yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm just wondering whether we as members of Parliament still hold this Constitution very dear. Because specific reference, Madam Speaker, Article 24 of chapter 4, respect for human rights and protection from inhuman treatment. No person, and that is crystal clear, no person shall be subjected to any form of torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Madam Speaker, Dr. Besigye is a national leader, is a parent, is a brother to somebody. I don't think in this house anybody enjoys these ugly scenes that have gone to date this country. Madam Speaker, my procedural issue is basically, are we as the Argus House proceeding well if we keep ignoring scenes, ugly scenes that are denting the country? Are we proceeding well, Madam Speaker? That this has become something that has got to define us as a country? A national leader, a founding president, a president of the people's government, where I'm honored to serve as cabinet minister for foreign affairs. Madam Speaker, it is within our power and our mandate as members of this great house, people who soar to protect, to preserve, and defend this Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. Nobody is above the Constitution, including those commanders. I demand, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you, that this House calls to order, specifically the commanders, the commander and those that roughed up and tortured and tormented and degraded Dr. Besigye, that an investigation is undertaken and the law as prescribed takes a course through a due process. Madam Speaker, I beg that this House takes its place. Otherwise, that happening at your watch. The commanders must be identified.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Attorney General, I watched how Dr. Besigye was being arrested. And it was in a brutal way. And I don't think that was correct. We need to talk to our people to see how to handle, especially when you're handling a person who is not armed. We need to see how to, you need to handle that issue. And when you're coming back, of course, that issues of human rights. So kindly, I want you to follow it up with the security organs and advise them on how they should handle everybody. Even being in opposition to me, I mean, we are the same. Because today they are handling Dr. Besigye like that, tomorrow it will be you. So let's be fair to each other. Next item.
Item 4, Bill's second reading, the Finance Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Finance has been having a marathon of meetings processing the tax bills, and we ended a little bit late yesterday. We couldn't photocopy, we couldn't upload. We are in the process of doing that. If you could give us about 10 minutes or so, we shall be ready. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg.
Have the bills not been uploaded? Honorable members, we are going to finish all the bills plus the supplementaries in the first session in the morning. We will finish in the morning session. Members, the reports are online. Check your iPads. The reports are online.
Yes, that's there. Madam President. Item 4, Bill's second reading, the Finance Amendment Bill 2022.
There is a procedural matter from.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. I'm not the head of the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, but bear with us. We literally ended the last meeting at about 9, and the final draft of one of the bill is being considered right now. So, Right Honorable Speaker, even the chair is not here, the vice is not here, many committee members are not here. So we would beg your indulgence of 15 minutes, and we are able to come here with the good work. Right Honorable Speaker.
So can I handle Dr. Musenero's issue?
Item 3, motion for adoption of the report of the Select Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on COVID-19 related research for the financial year 2019-20 to the financial year 2021-22.
Honorable members, in the last sitting, there was Honorable Musenero asked for time to go and understand the report. and she sent the report to our office. We received a report of her response, and the report is available. Could she kindly present the report? And I want to request members to avoid emotions when debating on these things. Let's avoid emotions. Honorable Musenero.
Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members of the House, I want to appreciate this opportunity for me to give comments on the report. Right Honorable, I beg your indulgence to make a few clarifications which are not in the report, which will help the members to understand the report. Whereas from 2020, the report is reporting on 2019-2020 up to June 2021 or 2022. I was a senior presidential advisor in 2020 up to 2021 June. I was appointed minister in June 2021. Most of the report refers to matters where there was a substantive minister, Honorable Elioda Tumwesige, and a permanent secretary to the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. So in my report, I'll refer to those. Right Honorable, now allow me to summarize my report. On the 11th of May, the report of the Select Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovation on COVID-19 related research for the financial year 2019-2020 to financial year 2021-2022 was read out in Parliament and laid on table. The terms of the Select Committee are listed on page 1 of the committee report. These terms of the Select Committee are as follows: the development of a locally manufactured COVID-19 vaccine. 2, to establish the amount of funds so far released for the research, innovation, and COVID-19 vaccine development. 3, to establish how effectively such funds were utilized. 4, to establish the challenges faced in the development of the COVID-19 vaccines and medicines. 5, to inquire into any other matters incidental to the above. And 6, to recommend a way forward for Parliament.
Honorable Musenero, we have all those terms in our report. Can you give us a summary of what
much of the Right Honorable
you've written and what, because we have it uploaded.
Okay. So, Right Honorable, first I just expressed my gratitude to the committee for taking the time to interface with me and the research team. Science is often hidden and not visible. The interactions of this committee were mutually beneficial, and they will improve the culture and practice of science in this country. Madam Speaker, I will now turn to the contents of the report, and I will summarize each of my statements. The first area that the committee mentioned is that the pathogen economy research is necessary and viable in Uganda. Right Honorable, it's globally agreed that when COVID became a pandemic, nobody had any rule book on how to handle it. And the good efforts of government was able to steer the country through this situation. Even when the other countries were holding their own vaccines. An initiative by government was begun in the financial year 2019-2020 towards the end to make sure that we begin our own research in order for us to address the current and future epidemics. This initiative, referred to as PRESIDE, was meant to complement and not replace any ongoing efforts, but was to only deal with specific issues which were not being addressed. And the relevant sectors were expected to continue with their work. It is important that the honorable members of the committee and the honorable members of this House take note that Africa is the biggest consumer of vaccines due to the high number of diseases, but we produce only 1% of the vaccines. Right Honorable, I go to point number 2 from the report. The committee members realize that or state that some research projects by our Ugandan scientists have progressed to the point of preclinical and clinical stages. In the report, the committee lists the stages of some of the procedures. Right Honorable, one of the terms of the select committee was to establish the progress of how far this research has gone. I want to thank Parliament, which supported and funded the projects and 3 times appropriated funding to these projects. The committee report on page 3 details the field activities undertaken that led the committee visiting the research institutions, which Research Institute, the Joint Clinical Research Center, Jena Harbour University, Makerere University, College of Veterinary Medicine, among others. And throughout all their work, the report is consistent in recommending that these studies for the vaccine should be expeditiously concluded. This is important because it confirms the progress made by the scientists. Point number 3 is that more funding should be allocated to enable the quick acquisition of research results and build specialized facilities. Right Honorable, on page 5 of my report, I detail the funds that were released. And I would like to state that by the time this matter was raised on the floor of Parliament, a total of 31.03 billion had been released to the former Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Sorry, had been appropriated, not released. Then 3.32 billion were released to State House. All these funds were handled by the respective accounting officers. The institution called PRESIDE was a project. It was not a company. It did not have a bank account. And all the funds were handled by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation with the accounting officer as the PS of the ministry, Mr. Bong, and under the stewardship of the former minister, Honorable Elioda Tumisije. Preside did not handle cash, neither did I handle any cash. The funds were always transferred directly from the Ministry of Science to the institutions, which are big government institutions. They receive funding. The electronic transfers are available, which show that these funds were transferred. In the next financial year, 2020-2022, Parliament appropriated funds towards the vaccine research, and the details are in the paper. However, Right Honorable, by the time of raising this matter on the floor, on the 4th of November 2021, no funds had been availed to the scientists at that point. So although the funds were appropriated, they had not been released.
Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I contend the Honourable Minister is making a response to a committee report, which is a right bona fide, Right Honourable Speaker. Unfortunately, she's reading a document not available to members, and I'd rather that we confirm availability. I've tried to scan around and I don't see it. If you're supposed to respond to it, may you, Right Honourable Speaker, confirm the availability to members that we move well with the Honourable Minister, Right Honourable Speaker.
Clerk, have you uploaded the minister's report? Did you upload it? Can we have the report uploaded? Honorable members, Lord, with all the due respect, the report is being uploaded. Maybe she could continue just because of the time. We're also mindful of the time. Please, can you summarize?
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I just want to point to one area that the support of this Parliament to fund vaccines and other related research is highly appreciated. However, as the committee notes, the funding is still low compared to governments that were able to fast track the vaccine research, which was, for example, the committee reports at page 15 points out that the United States and Germany invested approximately $2 billion and 1.5 billion respectively in COVID. Nevertheless, the money which was available, as the committee appreciates throughout its report, the last point, Honorable Speaker, let me finish, that the need for establishing laws and improvements in the operations related to the management and mentoring the research projects. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to be cognizant that our science is still young, and the committee made some recommendations aimed at putting in place procedures to improve the management and monitoring of such projects. As the Minister of the sector, I highly welcome these recommendations, and I'm going to study them and translate them and implement them. In conclusion, Right Honorable, I would like to make a specific reference to accusations on my person and working with. The honorable member made a lot of accusations, not only in the House, but also in media towards me.
It's not the honorable member. Now you're not, we don't want to, we don't want you to talk about. It is a report of the House.
I withdraw, right, Honorable?
Yes.
I withdraw that. So, Honorable, myself to fighting pandemics and rather dangerous diseases, outbreaks in the pursuit to save lives of people. I don't know, and I may never know. I have fought epidemics such as Ebola, cholera, Marburg, hepatitis, yellow fever, typhoid. It is on record that in 2014, as a team leader in Sierra Leone, I earned global recognition during the Ebola pandemic that claimed over 4,000 lives in a country with a population of 1.2 million people. Right, Honorable? Never before has my integrity and commitment on duty ever been questioned. But despite the pain and anguish this has caused, I would like to say that especially during this time, if there is in any way in my work and in the way that I handled things, if I offended anybody, I regret those issues, and I will work to build a reputation, and I will work to build the science. As I demonstrated here today, we welcome scrutiny, we appreciate constructive criticism, we shall never hesitate to correct our wrongs, and above all, we shall be transparent and accountable to the nation. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I thank you for according me the opportunity to make this response to you. I once again want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker because she instituted this committee, and I want to thank the committee for the way they have done, and the committee demonstrates no money was lost. A lot of progress has been made, and they actually recommend that more funding be given to our scientists. Thank you very much. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It's always a very good thing to be remorseful, and I am very glad the honorable minister has apologized to whoever she hurt during the process, to whoever she offended during the process, and now she's not saying that you add her money, you add the money to the scientists. To the scientists, not her. The market. Owner is not very far. I am saying she's saying of COVID-19 and what. She's not saying give her money. The recommendations that have been made are very clear. She should remove herself from preside. She's now a minister. All the recommendations are very, very clear. And these recommendations must be implemented immediately. And a report must be given to this House within the shortest time possible. We want a treasury memorandum on this report. Honorable members, I am going will allow a minimum debate. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I thought I should give some few clarifications as members come in. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for
Procedure. Madam Speaker, this report has been presented. You allowed and rightly so the minister to make a response. The issues that we are going to raise probably will need both of them, the chair and the minister, to make responses. They cannot be making responses to their own report before they have heard from us, Madam Speaker. In practice and procedure, Madam Speaker, that's the point I am raising, that it will be unprecedented that the chair presents a report before it is debated. He is making clarification.
The chair presented a report. He wants to give you highlights to help you in your debate. Maybe his side of diversion from what the minister has presented. It helps you. Honorable Xavier.
Thank you.
Honorable Xavier is a very brilliant man, by the way. He was my lecturer.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise ruling. And indeed, as guided, some of the clarifications I will give will help the members. I thank both Honorable Yona and Honorable Dr. Musenero for appreciating the report of the committee. When we presented, all of them appreciated the report and the recommendations herein. Maybe just a few things to put forward. When we presented the Honorable Dr. Musenero indicated that actually preside is no more. And I want to stand by our committee that actually preside is still existing. Actually, in pursuing our work, it is one of the places we last visited. The secretariat was there. And when I was looking at the Ministerial Policy statements, when you look at the Presidential Affairs Committee report on Ministerial Policy statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, page 16, you will establish that an amount of 25 billion shillings has been allocated for preside, meaning that actually it is in existence. However, I'm happy if from the minister's submissions, I think she agrees with us at the committee that there were those irregularities, there were gaps in the governance. Right on the speaker, when we presented, she said she's no longer a chairperson of preside, and that was one of our recommendations. That is good news. But the fact is, preside is still there because it has been budgeted for. And some of the funds, Honourable Minister, when you say no funds were lost, then it will appear as if you are watering down our report. The fact is, when you go to page 45, 491 million was not accounted for. When you go to page 46, 2.06 billion actually went missing. Then when you look at the salaries which were made for preside staff, 1.4 billion. When you look at the appointment letters, only 444 million was paid to the staff. The balance is nowhere to be seen. I thought I should make these clarifications so that members can debate from an informed point of view. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. As Parliament, we may not have the capacity to investigate further on the money that is lost or notified to IGG. Yes. I wanted to start from up, then come as we come down.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And Ekanya should know I'm his whip, Honorable Ekanya. So when your supervisor stands up, you sit down. You sit down. Madam Speaker, I have read this report and I want to thank the committee. I know I was with Honorable Xavier in the 9th Parliament. We missed you in the 10th Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage all my colleagues to read this report, and especially page 59. Page 59, actually, you start with page 58, the status of preside.
The legal status.
The legal status. And for me, that's where the problem starts. The committee makes very good observations on page 59 and fails to make a recommendation. Because you had the Ministry for Science and Technology. Why did the president choose an entity that has no legal status to be the one to do this very wonderful work? And the committee advised the president that while you have all these powers under the Constitution, you are also regulated by the Constitution. In fact, for me, the first recommendation of the committee should have been to invoke Article 107. Article 107 of the Constitution is on the removal of the president for abusing office and many other things. This ad hocism and arbitrariness I have learned that he was in the Ministry of Science and Technology. And legitimately, they felt very bad that while you are assigned the responsibility of science, someone else is being created. And that may have explained the emotion with which the Honorable Yona was making submissions. So therefore, for me, Madam Speaker, this parliament has to be bold enough, because the Minister Msenero preside are all symptoms of a very systematic problem. This parliament enacted the NADS Act. The president created wealth creation under his brother and told them to go and take over NADS. Chira Moto, same problem. I sit on the budget committee. When we had Chira Moto, they said they thought they would manufacture buses and sell them to KCC, but KCC no longer has a market. They now don't know who to buy their buses. So the biggest recommendation, if we are not going to invoke Article 107, is to advise the president.
107 what? Because 107 talks about the removal of a president, and it gives criteria why the president must be removed. One is on abuse of office. Which office has the president abused? If it is Msenero who has abused the office, does that mean it is the president? 2, on misconduct or misbehavior, has he misbehaved? Don't drag the president onto this. If the money has been stolen by one of the people that he has appointed, let's hold that person responsible, not the president.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I invited colleagues to look at 59, and the committee says, actually, including giving a judgment telling the president to exercise his powers in accordance with the Constitution. But Madam Speaker, I don't want to engage in a debate with you.
On the president, don't engage me, engage on the house, operation of the house.
So Madam Speaker, much obliged, I don't want to engage you in a debate, as you said, with the president. So the point that I make, the findings of the committee, and I want to conclude, Madam Speaker. The committee looked at all the issues that the Honorable Yona raised and made the responses. In my view, I think Uganda is a poor country. If the US is spending $2 billion on vaccine, countries like Uganda must accept that for them they will buy. The excitement that was caused, we are going to manufacture vaccine. I actually thought before the end of the pandemic, there will be vaccine manufactured by Uganda for our own consumption and neighboring countries. Research is still ongoing. We have this similar problem with other initiatives like banana. So therefore, I want to advise government. Manufacture vaccines for COVID, yet you can buy them at maybe relatively lower prices when you go to buy from the market. Madam Speaker, finally, The accusations, many of the accusations by Honorable Yona Musingus, the committee makes recommendation for further investigation by Auditor General, etc. And I find this a very good report. I only invite colleagues to adopt it, and as you have advised, Madam Speaker, we can have other organs, competent organs of the state to look at what the committee recommends, including the Auditor General. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. As I said, I'm giving 5 people to debate. Okay, 3 from this side. 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for their report. Madam Speaker, this parliament, under the rules of procedure, has all the means we consult and co-opt technical experts to give us support. If you look at the report of the committee, they did a great job, but they needed to have gone further. And this is what I see normally when we do many reports. Science is a very complicated sector. It required that the committee, because if we look at only the financial aspect, we may not reach the conclusion. People can account for money, but science is a very complicated field. And as a country, we need to invest in science. But we need the procedure, the legal instrument in place. Number 2, whereas my whip said we are a poor country, we don't invest. Germany, Britain, Russia, by the time they invested and they did research and invented the medicine we are taking today, the lights, the ammonia nutrients, and all the investigation and the development we have in the world today, they did 200 years ago. By then, they were not rich. So we cannot abandon investment in science. But the most important thing, how would we use? Madam Speaker, to me, the way forward is that whenever we are conducting investigation, we need to hire the necessary expert. Because money has been spent, money was released. The Constitution is clear. Let me read 164. The permanent secretary or the accounting officer in charge of a ministry or a department shall be accountable to Parliament for the funds in that ministry or department. It continues too. Any person holding a political or a public office who directs or concurs in the use of public funds contrary to existing instruction shall be accountable for any loss arising from that use. And I repeat the word, from that use. And shall be required to make good the loss even if he or she has ceased to hold the office. Madam Speaker, we have the former minister who was in charge. We have the former accounting officer who are in charge. We need result and they need to account. I know Honorable Musenero took over office recently. She needs to account for her part. When she takes over office, she takes over assets and liability. The liability means if the then team enter the contract with any person and did not make good or pay, that's the liability. She's accountable to make sure that that person is paid. But in terms of liability of loss occasioned, the former minister, the former permanent secretary must be held accountable. Information.
Can I find out from you, Eki, who was the accounting officer of Preside? Look at what Honorable Senuju was raising, the legal status of Preside. Did Preside have a legal status?
Madam Speaker, I have read the report. The Prime Minister and the Director of the President created Preside with the Minister of Finance. They should have looked at the Constitution, the Public Finance Act, and all other legal instruments to ensure that they establish the right system and legal framework for implementation of the research. They fell short, they did not perform their task. And therefore, the scientists decided to get money, give themselves without right procedure. To this extent, Madam Speaker, we need to conduct serious investigation to find scientist A was given 5 billion. Did he really conduct the research as per the laid down procedure and ethics? And therefore, I do agree with you, Madam Speaker, that this matter needs to be taken to the IGG with very clear instruction. If they don't have right scientists to cope and to investigate this matter to conclusion, they should hire. Madam Speaker, that is my recommendation.
Basalirwa, Fox, Kamuli, you first sit. I'll pick you. I'm not going to give Dr. Mutono.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank the report, the committee and the team for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at this report, it raises observations, and I want to thank the committee for bringing them out, particularly that 2 billion shillings was not accounted for. Secondly, that preside, which was the mandate of the now the minister, did not provide recommendations. That project operational funds were not accounted for to the tune of 491 million. The chair did mention it. There is unauthorized reallocation of project funds. That also comes out very clearly in the report. But, Honourable Speaker, what this report falls short of mentioning is actually who is responsible for these irregularities. When you read the report, it does not point to any particular person or individual. And I think it is not deliberate. It is because this is a matter that requires more investigation. I was waiting to see in this report to say that so and so is culpable for this anomaly. So and so is culpable for this anomaly. Unfortunately, it is not in this report. It falls short of mentioning who is responsible for what, who did what, and who did not do what. That's why, colleagues, in looking at this report, it is important that we agree, and I want to amplify the proposal by the Right Honourable Speaker. The Auditor General is the one who made revelations of an accountability and reallocation, irregular reallocation. We cannot send the same report to the Auditor General, who has already an opinion. I would rather information. Yes.
You know, don't switch on the microphone and say information. Can you continue?
Yes, my proposal, which I want to amplify, Right Honourable Speaker, is that since the Auditor General did look at this matter, there are accusations of abuse of office, there are accusations of misappropriation, there are appropriations of incompetence. I want to advise and amplify the fact that this is a matter that should be forwarded to the IGG for further investigation. We need an IGG report, because the IGG report will then bring out who did what and who did not do what. Otherwise, yes, information.
Right Honourable Speaker, if you read page 48, observations, the committee observed that the chairperson presided, Dr. Monica Musenero, acted irregularly by authorizing the environment which was solely the responsibility of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. In this respect, Right Honourable Speaker, there is an accusing finger being pointed at Dr. Musenero.
And that's where the problem is. Read the recommendation. They make an observation on page 48. Listen to their recommendations. that all requirements between projects should be made in accordance with Public Finance Management Act. The second one, preside should not reallocate funds. The third one, minister for STI should be relieved of her role as chairperson preside to avoid conflict of interest and to align this funding to principles of good governance. Number 4, presides or responsible officer should institute a robust monitoring system. This recommendation is not in tandem with the observation. It's not in tandem. So if you are making an observation, that observation, that Honourable Speaker, should be in tandem with the recommendation. Why are you shy to say that so and so stole this amount of money? Why? After making this observation.
There is a procedure matter. The issue that Honorable Asman is raising, that your observation must speak to the recommendations. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedures, our rules of procedure allow us to amend the observations, the recommendations, and the report. Isn't it procedure right, Honorable Speaker, that instead of spending more money into investigating this matter, as Parliament of this country, we make precise recommendations to the effect that whoever we find culpable, according to the recent observations, is held personally liable. Isn't it procedure right, Honorable Speaker? Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we are debating on the report. And the debate that we are making on the report, at the end of the day, we will adopt the amendments together with what. For us to adopt the report, have the amendments done, together with its amendments, and we need a treasury memorandum to that effect. Yes, have you finished?
Finally, that will speak.
But also it is a good practice in report writing that your recommendations, your observations must speak to the recommendations.
And that will speaker, and that's where I have a fundamental problem. By not mentioning, by observations being, we were protecting anybody. I don't want to believe so. Secondly, that will speaker, even if we are to talk about amending recommendations, you would have one challenge, that the committee had an opportunity to interact with the witnesses. You ran short of abusing the rules of natural justice. The committee had an opportunity to put all these issues to the witnesses to be able to come up with biting recommendations, which they didn't do. Finally, that one speaker, I would also propose, because in one of the recommendations, the committee, and rightly so, recommend that preside and these activities should be integrated in the existing scientific institutions. Very good. But one of the things, and I was looking at the methodology, the committee interacted with so many stakeholders. They didn't interact with the people that instituted preside, particularly the president and the prime minister. Because on the 20th of May, the president did direct the prime minister to try and understand why the president had to direct the prime minister to establish preside and not use the existing scientific institutions. Maybe perhaps we would have known. I am a president of the party, right, speaker. We presidents are privy to a lot of information. Perhaps the president has information on the existing institutions that we don't have. It was important to interact either with the president or the prime minister to understand why there was a preside and not the existing institutions. In the methodology and the people they interacted with, including the minister and the others, because only the president and the prime minister can explain why it was preside and not the existing institutions. And that information is not here. So I thought that would have also helped in trying. This is a very good report. I pray that it should be adopted. Yes, subject to the recommendation of the IGG, looking at the abuse and malpractices here. I thank you.
Thank you, Oli Fox.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am cognizant of the wonderful, it's devoid of emotions. And number two, that there are issues in the report that will probably require the further investigation and the attention of the IGG. That said, I'll start my submission from there. Right Honorable Speaker, in any investment, research and development is the most expensive aspect, let alone in sciences. The investment you put in research and development does not immediately yield results. We must recognize that as a house. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, for humanity to survive, for a nation to survive, you must invest technology. You are headed to extinction. The United States invested very heavily in the development of the atomic bomb, and that's what saved humanity during the Second World War. So when we come here as a parliament, we must recognize the fact that we should help our government and we should help our scientists invest in research and development. But, Right Honorable Speaker, that's not to say that such investment must not be subjected to accountability. We should always ask questions. We should always ask for accountability. Then I go to the next issue. How do you account for investment in science and technology? How do you account? How do you account for research? If I present a thesis and I go out to look for data to validate my thesis, I fail to validate the thesis, can you turn around and say, I have simply stolen the money? I'm asking a rhetorical question, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can I also ask you a question?
Right,
that in terms of asking for accountability from a research institution, can output act as a product?
Yes, yes, right.
You gave, as parliament, you gave Ogwang money. Did he produce COVIDX or no?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the answer is yes and no. It's not a, yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Order, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Fox.
Yes.
Honorable Fox.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Fox, kindly sit.
Thank you.
What we are saying, we want to invest in science and technology and innovation. A country that does not invest in that is no country. But at the end of the day, we want to see the results. What are the results that we have that are in place? That's what we want. You may not in terms of how much you have spent, but give us accountability in terms of the product.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what I was trying to...
And we are also mindful that this process takes a little longer. And because it takes a little longer, we should be certain to know that tomorrow or next year, we shall have a product. Because remember, you're budgeting every year for the same. And when you do the budgeting, you're not seeing anything. So that's what members are raising.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and I agree entirely with your position. Only to add one aspect, that is not every scientific research that succeeds. Some of them fail. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, I rose on a point of order. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Morris,
Madam Speaker.
you are putting order on the whole. Members, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I decided to come in front here so that the front bench can know that when we give them authority and power to run this country, it's not that we have given them power to take over this country and utilize or use whatever they want as if they are running their home. Right Honorable Speaker, the report from the committee was very clear that preside and whatever went on, they decided to recruit brothers, sisters, and friends because they knew they were reporting to themselves. Nobody was going to question them, and they were not answerable to anybody. That is why you can find that they took powers under themselves to even fund projects that had been running and had been paid before. They decided to incorporate them into new projects, and they were paying them money, which was against the parliamentary regulation. To the extent that even some of the projects that Parliament passed to be funded were dropped, and they instead took over the projects that they wanted. The line where we give a minister powers to do whatever he wants and is not following the guidelines of Parliament, but his or her personal guidelines, that is where the first mistake for this presider and the honorable began from. Right Honorable, the report was clear. There was no competitive bidding before these people were given money. And that not even been that nobody under research program had taken the initiative to have this incorporated so that we can know, or we could know, that money is going here, running like this, and that would be the answer. That is where we find the extent. Right Honorable Speaker, these days when I walk in the area, they will say, you MPs are very lucky. You are in position to buy a pair of mice at 80 million shillings. That is now what they are referring us to. 80 million shillings, Right Honorable Speaker. Even if we decided to talk to Jesus and say, send us a species of this mice, this pair of mice that could be at 80 million, it can't be, Right Honorable Speaker. So such an area, that is where we need to really find the Honorable Minister, be accountable very well, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, for giving
when you tell me about how you're moving around, and they say the members can afford what? A trough of 80 million.
A pay of mice.
A mice of 80 million. I again saw a media article circulating that I am adding my members of parliament salary. I don't have powers to add members of parliament salary. Those who are writing that kind of nonsense must stop. Members of parliament, we don't want salary increment against our local people. So they should stop writing that we are adding ourselves salary. We are not adding ourselves salary. We members of parliament have enough.
So as I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, the report was very clear. The project had % of the money, yet, Right Honorable Speaker, during COVID, there was 40% cut across board. But in this line, they were in position to spend one. Where were they getting this money?
Thank you.
Concur with the report, one, and as we began, the minister should be accountable, the minister should provide accountability, and at the end of the day, we urge members of parliament, we should show an example that when we give you authority, you must utilize it well by censoring the minister.
Thank you, Nathan. Nathan.
Thank you.
Don't tell me procedures because you want to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members, it hurts me when I see at this critical time, when the resource envelope is becoming smaller and smaller, and one of us takes the responsibility to squander the money that we need, desperately need. Much as the science, people are beating about the bush. Science, no. We have seen researches being made, and they're already there in the country. I know His Excellency the President, he wants this research to be done, but the people entrusted with the money are not there. They are dishonest. Indeed, she has apologized. After apology, what next? What next, really? I am happy she has apologized. The report shows it, Madam Speaker, and I must thank you honestly for having initiated this select committee. Another thing is happening on Chira bus. Another one is in Kasese with the bus man. Really, we need this money. This red. This country belongs to you people. You are young people. You have a big stake in this country. We want people to utilize money. The lady, she cannot hide behind science. No, there must be accountability in science. Oh, you. She says, what is that company? Preside is no longer there. Now it appears in the budget. Madam Speaker, you must be. Things have changed, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Kwizera Kimosho.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I have read the research, I have read the report, but there are issues for those of us who have conducted academic research. I want to put some record right. I have not seen where a minister makes a research proposal to the president, because we have National Council for Higher Education, which is mandated by law.
By then she was not a minister.
Whatever it was, because she was
that was a new order by then.
So when someone makes a research proposal to the head of state, it is an abuse. It is a misdirection. That's very, very important. Another issue is that when the committee talks about a difference to the president and the president directing the prime minister, the prime minister could have advised the president that I'm reading on page 59, that the president directed that Museno has written to me. Now she wants to do research. This is unheard of. Do we have a research design? Or is it looked at? What are the results? How do we have results? Because accountability and appointment goes with responsibility. So do we have the research results? And if they say that there was no legal status, I am worried that even the Auditor General and the IGG cannot audit an illegal entity. Was it, how would it be audited? And for Auditor General to release even money under audit warrants, how did they get the money? So I would think that we go further to know that this one was actually a robbery, disguised robbery, because
when you get a directive from the president, do you just act or you act according to the law?
Right Honorable Speaker, that sounded like a trick question, but yes, if you receive a directive from the president, you act in accordance with the law. You comply with the directive in accordance with the provisions of the law.
Thank you so much. Kimosho?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to draw the attention of members on page 48, where the observations are very clear. I will not read them. I will go to the recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, I would want to propose that we add in the recommendations that the minister responsible should be person head responsible, aware of the fact that Parliament does not have power to direct the executive. This Parliament should urge the executive and the president to make her step aside as the investigations are going on. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the honorable members bring an amendment. We as Parliament do not have powers to direct the president. Read the case of Severino versus Attorney General. The case of Severino versus Attorney General said Parliament does not have powers. The case of Fox Odoi versus Attorney General is still on the same. We can only argue the appointing authority. We can only argue the appointing authority, but we cannot direct. So the amendment of Honorable Kimosho, is it seconded?
Madam Speaker, procedure.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I asked colleagues here to read the report because you're going to look funny. At the time Preside was founded, you had the minister called Erioda Tumwesiki and the PS called Ebong. If you want a minister and accounting officer held responsible, it is those two.
We are not, we are saying the responsible at that time.
Information, maybe.
At the time. Yes, you want
you.
just fine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think Honorable Semuju should read the report. Observation number 1, the chairperson presided, Dr. Monica Musenero, acted irregularly by authorizing virement, which was solely responsibility of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. That is very clear, Right Honorable Speaker.
Further information.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I want Abed. Abed. Honorable Abed. Honorable members, let's have respect for each other. Let's debate on this thing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've read and I listened to the report, and I'm at pain. I was at the university with Dr. Musenero. She was 2 years ahead of me. She's one of the most brilliant person that this country has ever had. She went, she did her postgraduate in America. She decided to come back to this country. We must separate between the inefficiencies in the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education and Science, where research falls, and Dr. Musenero, the scientist. Those two are very, very critical. If this Parliament fails to disassociate those two, we will be seen, Right Honorable Speaker,
as if we are killing innovation. From the report, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that there are issues of
Honorable members. Honorable members. When you
Right Honorable Speaker, I don't care.
Honorable members. Now, I am going to become tough on you people. Honorable members, let's have respect for everybody. If you cannot have respect and listen to everybody who's speaking, then what are we? We are dishonorable. We are honorable members of parliament. Obi, you never know he was maybe beyond an Obi.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report, it is very clear. Information, Right Honorable, that there are issues of financial mismanagement. Also very clear that there are issues of illegality as far as the framework is concerned. In this country, we know that if you are going to do any research in science, the body is called the National Council of Science and Technology. It must approve the research. It must promote and watch over that research. From that report, it is very clear that that body did not do their work. I've listened, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the members making a claim in our face. One of the most expensive transgenic mouse in the whole world costs 40 million Ugandan shillings. I'm hearing people talk about 8 million. It is 40 million. Don't go on the street and talk. Us who do science, it is 40 million. That is what a cost of a highest transgenic mouse costs in the world. 80 million is the cheapest. I want to end.
Yes.
I want to end.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I'd like to thank the chair.
You people, no lady has talked. No lady has talked.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I'd like to thank the chair and the members for the detailed and informative report, and also thank the minister for her response. Madam Speaker, according to the minister, she says the report relates to a period when she wasn't a minister, and she seems to be comfortable with the output. I do not know whether she can share anything on ground right now, and also want to find out whether, when she became a minister, whether she resigned from preside, because if not so, the issues of corporate governance come up. Madam Speaker, the misuse of funds, diversion of funds, reallocation without approval is becoming a trend in this nation. Whenever there is a program or a project, people get so excited because they want to eat that money. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have talked about the legal framework or the legal status of the entity that wasn't in existence. No wonder it was a bonanza for some people. I agree with you, Madam Speaker, that the IGG should discuss this matter further. Thank you.
And once you're talking about the preside, that's one of the recommendations that has been made, that she must leave the preside. Sarah, I'm looking for a lady this side.
Thank you,
Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's extremely unfortunate.
Members, 2 minutes. that my dear sister, the Honorable Musenero, is caught up in all these anomalies. Right Honorable Speaker, I have had statements here that the Honorable Musenero was not a minister then. But I'm quite aware that she was a senior presidential advisor. And right Honorable Speaker, the Leadership Code Act states or includes presidential advisors or senior presidential advisors as leaders. And therefore, once you're a leader, you are actually supposed to conduct yourself in accordance with the Leadership Code Act 2002 as amended. And therefore, there are certain minimum standards required of every leader. And if what I have read here is true, that she was chairperson preside, she was also senior presidential advisor. And therefore, she can be held responsible for the omissions that I have read in this report, Right Honorable Speaker. It's extremely unfortunate, Right Honorable Speaker, but I think on page 44, I don't want to read everything, but people procure equipment, no formal requests for equipment was made, creating wastage, no formal procedures were followed. Some equipments were procured, yet they are available in country. The thermal recyclers, laboratory freezers, microplate stackers. I said 2 minutes. Indicating, Right Honorable Speaker, that there is wastage. Right Honorable Speaker, can I just conclude on the issue of the IGG? If we are to refer this report to the IGG, we must give a timeline. Otherwise, it will be an investigation forever. I want to propose that should we refer this report to the IGG for further investigations, we give them 3 months within which to report back. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say that when people or departments come here for approval
Right
of
Honorable
budgets,
Speaker, I'm raising on a point of procedure.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, have we lifted the requirement of members of parliament while in the chamber to put on masks? My brother, a couple of members here. Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker?
Madam Speaker, but honorable members, the member is very correct. This is a closed area. You never know, somebody could be having. If you don't have a mask, can we distribute masks for you? Let everybody, if you're not putting on a mask, get out. Yes.
thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say that when we approve budgets here and when people want us to approve their budgets, they come to us kindly and they present their case. But when we ask for accountabilities as members of parliament, it looks as if we are attacking personalities. I had the Honorable Wanika give the background of the Honorable Musenero's education. I don't know whether that exonerates her from being accountable, but I also heard people saying science and technology, we want to fight science and technology. When we do innovations under science and technology, are we exonerated from being accountable? When we do research, is there any kind of research that we cannot account for? And therefore, I want to support that we amend this report, and I want to second the proposal by the Honorable Dan Kimosho, that we amend this report, but we must always demand for accountability. And I think that the minister should not be exonerated from this because I think she was the accounting officer at the time, and she must be accountable for the funds that we are asking for. And this house must always ask for accountability. The same way when people come here to approve their budgets is the same way they should give accountability to this house, because I think that's our primary mandate. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, when you look at Article 164 of the Constitution of Uganda, the permanent secretary or accounting officer in charge of a ministry or department shall be accountable to Parliament for the funds that in that ministry or department will get. Look at 2. Any person holding a political or public office who directs or concurs in the use of public funds, contrary to the existing instructions, shall be accountable for the loss arising out of the use and shall be required to make good the loss even if that office. That is a constitutional provision. Honorable members, Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Namuga Beret, MP Mawabala County, and the Shadow Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology in the Alternative Government. Right Honorable for me to inform you that I've totally failed to carry on my assignment as a shadow minister. This is a ministry that actually you failed to locate where the ministry is. It was a resolution of Parliament that the ministry be housed under the office of the President. Now you find it's under State House. Right now, the Speaker, you need to be guided. This is a very critical ministry to this country that is grappling with so many debts. It is using borrowed money, and it is this very money that is being misused by the Honorable Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, much as the Honorable Minister studied from abroad, she is very experienced. Coming to the report that was written, Right Honorable Speaker, this shows that the Honorable Minister failed to carry on her assignment. I totally agree that the Honorable Minister should be censured. As I also find how to carry on my assignment, Right Honorable Speaker, you would have found this ministry very vibrant if the Honorable Missionary was doing her work the way she was doing. I'm totally in corridors finding how to do my work as an alternative minister. And I failed, Right Honorable Speaker. So the fact that we have this report, Right Honorable Speaker, now, I request that it is the time that we have to put this ministry to order. Right Honorable Speaker, the President is arguing the government to increase salaries of scientists. Where are we going to find them? This is the very ministry that would have promoted scientists. We are looking out for research, funding the research and development, because we want to create employment for the youth. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as the minister in the alternative government, I strongly agree that the Right Honorable Speaker,
as a shadow minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is kindly let's use Parliament to put this ministry to order, so that we can have this country get the output from this office. Right Honorable Speaker, as I've alluded, I'm very vibrant and willing to serve this country, but I'm rendered useless because my colleague is not doing her part. Thank you.
Honorable Shadow, where is the censure coming from? Is it in the report, in the what?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the report has its recommendation, but I also move a motion. I add that in addition to what has been written.
That is not how they move a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I can move a motion. I move that we amend.
Madam,
yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
I am saying that is not how they move a motion of censure. If you want to move a motion of censure, there is a procedure that you follow. Not just that one that you're doing it. So if you're going to follow the procedure, well and good. But that is not how they do it in the House. Your leader will guide you on what you can do.
Right Honorable Speaker, it was just a notice.
No, you don't have to give a notice. Honorable members, on this thing, on this report. I like when you stand when the speaker is speaking, including this smuggler of mine. Senior smuggler, okay. Honorable Macho.
the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Madam Speaker, I am no longer a smuggler, I am a cross-border trader. Madam Speaker, I do want to appreciate the report. Although the observations and recommendations of the reports did not fit my expectation. But when I was reading the background of the report, it talks about allegations of manufactured COVID-19 vaccine, amount of funds so far released to the research to establish how the funds were utilized. And I want to agree with Dr. Abedi Wanika that true Honorable Dr. Musenero is very brilliant, intelligent, and brilliant, intelligent people know how to craft things sometimes. Why I say so, Madam Speaker, the committee recommendation omitted an issue of performance and also at the same time, incompetence. I note the competence of the Honorable Minister Musenero, but Honorable Speaker, in our culture, they say, what will be a mushroom you see when it's coming? Honorable Musenero, when she was a nutrition officer in Mbale, that was the same song, lack of clarity in expenditure and handling of finances. Madam Speaker, to see, how can a person destroy a ministry to go into a secretariat, passing a blame to our ruling government of NRM? Because if you look into the report, the ministry was getting almost 35 to 40 billion shillings, but as we talk now, they are getting 3 billion, which means there are some jobs that were lost, and this was done intentionally to kill the evidence. That's why she sacked people. Madam Speaker, look at her. Those people who are sacked have families, have children, and they are suffering right now.
Honorable Macho, can you withdraw your statement and look at her? When you say look at her, you're saying look at all the women in this house.
Madam Speaker, I want to withdraw the statement of saying we should look at her, so let me speak while looking behind. Madam Speaker, that was what I was meaning, to talk while looking at the minister.
Let's have
but
decorum
I
in this
withdraw.
house.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
She's an honorable member of parliament.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw. Madam Speaker, to proceed further,
proceed, yeah.
when Dr. Malinga passed away, Honorable Musenero contested as a candidate and she got only 60 votes. 60 votes in the whole of the constituency.
Honorable.
Why? That was because she lacked integrity.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you so much for guiding the House.
Honorable members.
And I want to thank my colleagues who are debating. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. First it. Honorable members, I think you still have too much energy. Morning session. I am going to take you now to the bills. Do you have anything to say?
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
You see, why I'm not giving you Honorable Macho, all the way from Busia. When you look at Rule 84,
use of unparliamentary language. Let's have respect for each other. Eh? There is a presumption of innocence.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to the committee for the report. And at the beginning of this Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, we set ourselves quite high standards. And this debate and the consequential output will speak to the commitment to those very high standards we set ourselves in this House, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Chairman and his team should be applauded for the courage to dare. And this House owes them a duty. If their findings are watered down, we shall have empowered a culture of impunity. We would have empowered a culture of I don't care. And all of us will be culpable, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the need for science and technology in this country cannot be overemphasized. All of us would desire to see this country progress on a clear path where innovators and scientists guide our daily thinking and the path to development. And the Right Honorable Speaker, we have a national research agenda. And I would like to invite the honorable members to be interested in appreciating this. NDP 3 is very unequivocal on what science should look like. And therefore, in debating this, we must also focus on whether we are actually on the right path. Investment in science, Right Honorable Speaker, should not be just motivated by a bit of money, but by actually a bit of skills and a commitment to invest those skills in a particular output, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Namugan, Shadow Minister for Science and Technology, able observed, Right Honorable Speaker, this House resolved inter alia that this ministry resides in the office of the President. For some reason, and the Prime Minister should explain, why are we debating this ministry to be under State House? Was it defiance? Is it part of the impunity that is incubating in this ministry? There is a resolution on the record, on the Hansard, Right Honorable Speaker, that the ministry resides in the office of the President, not in his State House. State House is the personal residence of the President and his family. And we are voting funds for it. We are very clear on purpose and intention. So we need to find out from the Prime Minister whether Parliament was defied on that resolution, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Law. Prime Minister. It is under the presidency.
Yes, President.
It's under 002, Right Honorable Speaker, in complete disregard of an existing parliamentary resolution, Right Honorable Speaker, and we expect the Prime Minister to make clarification. If it was defiance, we find a way of dealing with it, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have no personal grudge with the Honorable Dr. Musenero, a former CEO of Preside and now Minister. Her transfiguration from being a CEO Preside to a minister does not in a way absolve her of being accountable and being held responsible for her then role and the transfiguration into a minister. I have read clearly the indictments in the report on environment of funds, on failing to account for funds. And one of the most unfortunate developments, Right Honourable Speaker, was that the minister was trying to rebuttal the report in her statement. Probably should have asked for a privileged statement to respond to the issue. Has his own troubles, and he must be wherever he is, should really get out of his hiding hole to come and also account. The current minister has her own issues as a former CEO of Preside. For that, she must really be properly indicted by this House and held accountable. Right Honourable Speaker, when ministers are given this duty, they need to understand that they are doing it on behalf of the taxpayer. And accountability should not be a matter we are debating in this House. That Preside was given public fund without legal status, the Attorney General will advise this House. Well, it's a matter that the Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution can accommodate, and therefore we should allow it to float. And the people should be lining up to the President, and the President will invoke his executive powers to dole out public funds, and people do not account. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm also aware that a lot of people have been claiming to be researching using public funds. And the law is very clear on using public funds to undertake research. Probably the Minister of Finance would advise us how many patents are in your custody on account of public funds voted on research. Because the law on ownership of discovery is very clear. Whoever funds owns. That the Minister of Finance have a catalog of patents that are in your custody by virtue of funds voted by the taxpayer to finance them. It's one of the voids that people are exploiting to use public funds to say they are working so hard on this and that, Right Honourable Speaker, and we are being fleeced as taxpayers. Right Honourable Speaker, this House should have the courage, and it's upon this House to invoke the provision of Article 118. And the public office calls for a higher level of personal integrity, and unfortunately for you, whether you were used, whether you used the others, Article 118 is available, but you are free to preserve your name and say, I have jumped. In the circumstances, the report is very clear, Honourable Speaker, on violations of key provisions of the Public Finance Act, including failing to account for 2.06 billion shillings. So what do you do about that? Is it just a happy go around to say people are researching? Right, Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, we are likely to be in the budget cycle. This particular vote should not be given public funds without clarity as to how public funds are voted. That in the face of the dark cloud surrounding this area, until there is clarity as to how previously funds voted were used, they should not receive money. Public universities, Honourable Speaker, are doing a lot of research, and they do not have money. We should send that money to public universities, that the professors there, with the cool heads, with the sense of direction, can research, incubate researchers, and help younger people to get a very clear sense of direction and undertaking research. Their research components of unfunded priorities over several financial years goes back for re-incubation as we think again for the direction of science and technology in this country, Honourable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition. Leader Lob. Thank you. And when you look at, I do agree with you that the vote should not be in State House because State House is supposed to be for private residents unless with the recommendation of the president, and that is still on the staff. That is under Article 172.2. It refers to that. So I don't know what could have happened in the budget committee because this house made a recommendation that the vote should be, it should be under vote 002. Budget.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's true when the ministry was abolished, the money was transferred to vote 001, Office of the President, where the factions of the ministry were taken. But I don't know what happened in the course of execution of the budget. I think the Minister of Finance can guide the House. The money again went back to vote 002, State House. And as I speak now, same budget again is still under vote 002, State House, not vote 001, Office of the President, as indicated, as passed by Parliament. So we have that challenge, but the Minister can guide.
Honorable Minister, can you come and guide us how you deviated on the decision of the House after the approval of the House that innovation should go to 002?
Procedure, the chair wants to leave.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is true, I move the motion here to move money from Ministry of Science and Technology to vote 002 under Office of the President. 001 under Office of the President. And Madam Speaker, since Honorable Mudimi raised a matter when I was consulting deal with, I want to propose that I be given time to respond adequately.
Now you want to act as speakers. Now, if somebody is asking for time to give us information, let's give him time. Because first of all, Lope has already said, we should not give innovation money if they are going to be under State House, unless they are under the Prime Minister. So we need that information. Office of the President, unless if it is under the Office of the President. Because you know, under State House, it is classified. We cannot audit.
Madam Speaker, the decision that was taken by this House was to create a vote under the Office of the President. The same way you have internal security, external security, AIDS Commission. It was not just for sending money to Office of the President. The decision by this Parliament was that money will go under the Office of the President, but under a vote. I don't know what consultation the Honorable Msasi needs to make. Was the vote created? Did money go there? We are in the budget process, sit on the Committee on Budget. And that's why I said, Madam Speaker, there is something that this parliament may not do. All these Musasis are victims. You deal with a president who has turned his bedroom and sitting room.
Under which ministry? The vote was, the House made a resolution, the vote should be created under the office of the president. A chairperson presidency.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The information we have is based on the decision taken by this House. STI is under office of the president.
Yes.
That is 4001. However, the current information, which is news to us, is that there is a letter indicating that for the coming financial year, we should provide for STI. Speaker, can you allow me for this?
No, what I'm saying, do you have the letter?
I'll give information. I've not come with the letter, but a letter was written by the president advising that for the coming financial year, STI should move from presidency to State House. When the Honourable Minister came with the team, we advised the Minister to go to Speaker's office for guidance so that information is brought to this House. So for now, we are operating based on the decision of this House. We have not yet changed. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honourable members, there was a decision of this House, and the letter from the House is not aware of the letter from the President. We are not aware of it, and nobody went to the Speaker's office unless it was another Speaker. So we are not aware of that. We'll still go by the decision of the House. 2, we've agreed as a House. There are some burning issues like abuse of office, like money which has been lost, that we should refer this to IGG and give IGG 3 months. And when we give IGG 3 months to report back on the action taken. 3, we have an amendment from Honorable Kimosho that has been moved and seconded. 4, can I hear from government?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank them and the committee for the report, and also want to take this opportunity to thank the members of Parliament for their contribution in the House. I want to commit that government is going to study the recommendations in the report and also involve the relevant departments like the IGG and come back to the House after 3 months with the Treasury memorandum. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Prime Minister will be waiting for Treasury memorandum within 3 months. We are referring this report to IGG. We also including the amendment of Honorable Kimosho. I now put a question that a report of Select Committee on Science, Technology, Innovation and COVID-19 related research be adopted with amendment on taking the report to IGG and amendment from Honorable Kimosho. Those in favor say under the control and nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next.
Item 3, Bill second reading, the supplementary appropriation number 2 Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister. The appropriation honorable members, the bills that were presented to this house, the supplementary appropriation bill number 2, bill number 3, and bill number 4. And we did not pass these supplementaries. We got a legal opinion from the Attorney General. Can the Attorney General first take us through his legal opinion?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, sometime in February, I received a request from the Budget Committee to answer a couple of questions. The first question was whether Parliament has the authority to decline approval on a supplementary expenditure authorized by a minister within the 3% already expended. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I did opine that under Article 156(2)(b) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act, a supplementary expenditure not exceeding 3% does not require the approval of Parliament, because Parliament under the Act has already lifted that requirement. Right Honorable Speaker, there was a request that why a supplementary estimate showing sums spent within 33% laid before Parliament. I did opine, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that again under Article 156(2)(b) and Section 12 of the Budget Act, it is a requirement that even the money is spent within the 3% limit are presented to Parliament. The question there, the next question, Right Honorable Speaker, was where Parliament has declined to approve the supplementary expenditure in one above, how then should that expenditure be treated? I did opine that that requirement, that cannot happen because Parliament has by law authorized the minister to make the expenditure of 3%. And to be not only, it would be illegal for Parliament to reject what they have already authorized. Right Honorable Speaker, the next question was, I didn't get that question. Oh. Does the act of disapproval of that expenditure offend the PFMA? I said yes, it does offend the PFMA because the law has already allowed, Parliament has already allowed the 3% expenditure. Whether a supplementary appropriation bill should automatically capture amounts expenditure spent within the 3% legal limit, irrespective of whether the amounts were approved by Parliament and therefore are not contained in the parliamentary resolution. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the 3% expenditure over and above what was approved by Parliament was by law under Article 153, Section 32 of the PFMA not expected to be in the bill or in the Act of Parliament. And therefore, it follows that the supplementary expenditure within the legal limit of 3% is part of the supplementary expenditure which should automatically be captured in the supplementary appropriations bill. Whether it is in the next question, Right Honorable Speaker, is whether it's in the spirit of the law for the minister to indicate in the same supplementary schedule that 3% legal limit has been partially used for the supplementary funding and request for additional funding over and above 3%. Right Honorable Speaker, I did opine that the 3% expenditure is a discretion that Parliament left to the ministry. And how it is to be expended, they have to only come and account for it to the Parliament at the time of the supplementary appropriations bill. Whether the supplementary appropriation bill should replicate figures or amounts contained in the relevant parliamentary resolutions, or rather reflect amounts released by the ministry and expended by the agencies. The supplementary appropriations bill, my Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, should reflect all supplementary, including all supplementary approved by the minister within the 3% limit as well as any other supplementary expenditure approved by Parliament over and above the 3% limit. So the supplementary appropriation bill should have the 3%, the amount approved by Parliament, and also any 3% that has been used by the minister. Whether the Minister for Finance has powers to suppress allocations to votes within unapproved national budget without express approval of Parliament, I did opine that no, suppression means putting down something that is stopping it, removing it. We just need to be careful, honorable colleagues and members. There's a difference between suppression and cash flow management, because you may have less money than is required to meet your entire financial requirement, budget requirement, and therefore Minister of Finance may have to allocate the resources depending on the available resources. However, the minister cannot suppress a budget that has been passed by Parliament. I submit, Right Honourable Speaker, I did issue the opinion in writing on 13th April, and I beg to lay the same.
Please lay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, we find the opinion of the Attorney General very highly not well grounded in the law. I'm not a lawyer, but I have this noble duty to have a rebuttal of the Attorney General's opinion. Right Honorable Speaker, if we give in to what the Attorney General wants us to do, we would straight away turn this Parliament into a rubber stamp. But I have a written rebuttal to him, which I furnished to your office, for which I will read verbatim for him to know that he's encroaching on the very, very essential powers of this Parliament. And it has been a very contentious issue over time. And we must guide it carefully. The gist of the Attorney General's position. The Attorney General, in his 6-page opinion, contends that 1, supplementary expenditure authorized by the minister within 3% of the approved budget, annual budget, and already expended does not require parliamentary approval. That's the gist of his submission. 2, spending of 3% expenditure without approval of Parliament is permitted under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act and the Budget Act. Remember, the Budget Act was not repealed. Some sections of it were left out. The minister is only required to lay in Parliament estimates of the authorized expenditure within 4 months after the funds have been spent, in line with Article 156, Section 56, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Parliament is only authorized to scrutinize the 3% expenditure and make recommendations, if any, to the executive. That's what you contended. Disapproval of supplementary expenditure within 3% of the approved annual budget is not a legal requirement. In the event the supplementary expenditure are found unlawful, Parliament may only make recommendations. Whoever is found culpable for the unlawful spending and not approval. The minister may submit to Parliament requests for supplementary expenditure before exhausting the 3% supplementary expenditure limit. Parliament has discretion on such request to approve or reject it. Parliament has powers to approve or reject supplementary expenditure that are above 3% supplementary expenditure. And lastly, supplementary appropriation bill should not automatically capture the 3% supplementary expenditure authorized by the minister and other supplementary expenditures approved by Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, that's what the minister contended, and I want Parliament to carefully listen to our observation. 1, Following the scrutiny of the Attorney General, the following observations are made. 1. The Attorney General is silent on the provision of Regulation 18, subsection 3 and 6 of the Public Finance Management Act as amended, that require the minister to approve the 3% supplementary budget only when it is unavoidable or unforeseeable. The burden of judgment guided by the regulation is placed upon the minister and is accountable for the Approval Act. Regulation 18 of the Public Finance Management Act as amended states that 1, where in respect of any financial year, money is expended for any purpose in excess of the amount approved for that purpose, or for purpose for which no amount was appropriated by the Appropriation Act, a supplementary estimate showing the amount required or spent, as the case may be, shall be laid before Parliament, and in the case of excess expenditure, within 4 months after the money is spent. 5, Parliament may approve a supplementary appropriation, or the minister may approve a supplementary budget, as the case may be, where the supplementary expenditure is unavoidable or unforeseeable. 6, for purposes of this regulation, unavoidable, I don't want to define it for the minister, unavoidable means an expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next year's budget. Unforeseeable does not include an expenditure that was foreseen at the time of budgeting, an expenditure which is in excess of the approved budget of a vote, and which is not in accordance with this section, shall be treated as a loss to public funds as provided for under section 79(1) of this article. In line with Article 153 of the Constitution, Parliament is solely charged with the responsibility of approving every supplementary estimate for both those within 3%, those approved by the minister, and above the 3%, those approved by Parliament of the approved budget. For Minister, Honorable Speaker, to come here and contend that the moment we pass a budget, automatically the minister has been given a leeway to go and revise that budget and spend 3% of that money, and that will never require parliamentary approval, is absolutely unconstitutional. The power to appropriate is solely. Is it laid here for academic purposes? That you come and lay and you walk away? It's laid here for us to scrutinize and say, the minister approved, but was it unavoidable and was it unforeseeable? If found not so, we reject it. For the minister, let me first finish my submission. But let me first make it, I'm going to give you an opportunity, sir. Honorable. Okay, you want an information? Okay.
Why don't you finish presenting your report, then you will also come.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, where in respect of a financial year, a supplementary estimate or supplementary estimate that have been approved by Parliament in the accordance with section 2 of this article, a supplementary bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next, following that financial year to which estimates relate, providing for appropriation of the sums, so not honorable, for the sum so approved. The sums that go into a supplementary budget must have been, appropriation bill must have been approved. That approval is only with this Parliament. We cannot allow activism on this matter from the Attorney General. Hence, 3% supplementary budget approved by the minister is constitutionally subjected to parliamentary approval. Here we go. The Black's Law Dictionary Ninth edition defines the word approval to mean one, to give formal sanction, two, to conform authoritatively, two, parliamentary law is to adopt. Therefore, the process of approval, Parliament subjects the minister's approval to a criteria provided in Regulation 18, subsection 6 of the Public Finance Management Regulation as amended. Therefore, it's not automatic that the minister's approval will be confirmed or rejected. This for Parliament is expected to exercise its discretion. The cited provisions, when read together, actualizes the checks and balances that accrue from the principle of separation of power. Based on the already cited Article 156, subsection 3 of the Constitution, supplementary appropriation bill is only expected to contain estimates so approved by Parliament. Therefore, it is not automatic that minister's approval of 3% supplementary expenditure should be contained in a supplementary appropriation bill. Sir, is unconstitutional to this extent. On the other hand, the approval of the supplementary should automatically be included in the supplementary appropriation bill. Hence, the estimates in the bill should be consistent with the resolutions of Parliament. In line with Article 106.42 of the Constitution and the Regulations 18.7, subsection 7 of the Public Finance Management Act, Public Finance Management Regulation, the political or a public officer that directed or concurred to the expenditure of the supplementary expenditure that were not approved by Parliament should make a good of the loss of the funds. However, it should be noted that the powers of Parliament are limited to only determining whether the direction or occurrences in the public funds complied with the existing instructions of the law. Pronouncement of the offense and recovery of the public funds are made by other organs of government. Article 162 of the Constitution states that any person holding a public office who directs or concurs in the use of public funds contrary to existing instructions shall be accountable for any loss arising from that use and shall be required to make a good of the loss, even if he or she has ceased to hold that office. Guided by the dictates of Article 156 of the Constitution, when dealing with supplementary estimates, Parliament approves and appropriates. It does not recommend for it is empowered to exercise approval discretion to either confirm or reject a supplementary estimate. The Attorney General may have misconstrued the provisions in section 12(1) of the Public Finance Management Act that restricts Parliament to making recommendations to the Minister on policy matters. Section 12(1) of the Public Finance Management Act states Parliament to analyze policies. This is what you referred to and misconstrued this to refer it to approval of expenditure. And I've quoted that section. Parliament shall analyze policies and programs that affect the economy and use the annual budget and where necessary, make recommendation to the Minister on alternative approaches to the policy. That is in as far as policies are concerned. Besides, it is only the executive, that is cabinet, that determines public policy in line with Article 1112 of the Constitution. Article 112 of the Constitution states that the functions of the cabinet shall be to determine, formulate, implement, the policies of government and to perform such other functions as may be conferred by this Constitution or any other law. Nevertheless, legitimization of the policy or transacting them into any law and appropriation is a principle of Parliament as per Article 79(2) and 156 of the Constitution, respectively. Hence, Parliament is the only institution empowered to appropriate public funds and pass laws into laws in Uganda. Article 72 of the Constitution states that, except as provided in this Constitution, no person or body other than Parliament shall have power to make provisions having the force of law in Uganda, except under the authority conferred by an act of Parliament. That, Honorable Speaker, the way forward. Based on the principle of separation of power, Parliament should safeguard its powers that check the approvals of the minister by either confirming or rejecting them. Both the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act provide a sequence of approving supplementary estimates. Parliament holds superior and ultimate approval powers. In light of the observation made in this rebuttal, Parliament should not rely on the opinion of this Attorney General when deciding on these reports on the supplementary appropriation bill. It violates Article 156, subsection 3 of the Constitution. The Attorney General's opinion should only be relied upon only when it complies with the law. We are not under obligation to comply with the opinion if it offends the law. Besides, the Supreme Court held that the opinion of the Attorney General does not bind Parliament on any appropriation matters, for they do not relate to a contract or agreement or any other legal transaction to which government or public institution is partially or has an interest. Is a party or has an interest. The Supreme Court in Constitutional Appeal number 12 of 2015, Honorable Theodore Sechkubo and others, versus the Attorney General and others, said that, one, in our opinion, in applying the generous and purposeful rule of constitutional interpretation, while the legal opinion of the Attorney General must be accorded the highest respect, it must be binding where it relates to a contract, agreement, or any other legal transaction to which government or public institutions is a party who has an interest. This is to give confidence to third parties to deal with government. Right, Honorable Speaker, my rebuttal literally means that the Attorney General's opinion on this matter, which is unconstitutional, should be disregarded, and we take the rightful decision. Right, honorable members, those of you who are not well versed with the issues at hand, a simple 1-minute explanation. Some of the expenditure the Attorney General wants us to include in the appropriation bill, at the time of appropriation, Parliament rejected them. They went ahead using the 3%, the minister, to allocate funds, but in disregarding the resolution of Parliament. I was in the budget committee and the chairperson, Honorable Mudim, and others. When they brought these expenditures, in our opinion, we found them having abused the powers of Parliament. We rejected those expenditures. They now want us to include them in the appropriation bill, having abused the powers of Parliament. Attorney General, that is unconstitutional, and he should apologize for this opinion. I beg to move that, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker.
Before you get up, I want to refer you to the Public Finance Management Act, Section 25(2). That is on the retrospective approval of within 4 months.
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, for the record, the request for the opinion I got from the budget. Mwanga Chibumbi is saying he sits on that committee. I was not privy to the facts that he's raising here as to what happened. I received only the question and answered them as such. So that I was not aware of the purpose. That is why I would like to request you to listen to the opinion carefully. Now that I'm aware, I'm going to read to you the law. Section 25(1) of the Public Finance Management Act provides the total expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for the financial year without approval of Parliament.
Yes.
So the law requires that if government is to spend any money above the budget, it must not exceed 3% without the approval of Parliament. 2, requires that where the funds have been expended in one above, showing the sums spent before they are laid before Parliament. The sums spent laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. The law is very clear. It doesn't require much of legal interpretation. So the government can spend, then laid before Parliament within 4 months. I'm coming to that. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Honorable Mwanga Chibumbi relied on Regulations 18 of the Regulations, Public Finance Management Act. Regulation 18 of the Public Finance Management Act cannot amend or even alter the intention of the principal legislation. So before you read the regulation and what the regulations require, you must be clear as to what the law states. Right Honorable Speaker, let me finish. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't need clarification. I thought it's mine.
You hear what he says. Honorable Attorney General, you want a clarification on that? Let's go move step by step.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Land Attorney General has informed us that the regulations cannot amend the principal legislation. I agree. I want him to clarify whether the act can amend the Constitution. My point of clarification I want from him is whether an act of Parliament can amend the Constitution. Because
no. Make a specific reference.
Yes.
Don't do it on members.
Yes. If it does not, then the Attorney General is actually proceeding in what we call a fishing expedition, because the Constitution is supreme Parliament, and it is called a bill. Only Parliament can deal with a bill. Is the supplementary appropriation bill a bill? If it is a bill, only Parliament has the preserve of dealing with it. We cannot even go beyond that.
Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with my...
Get another clarification, then we'll answer to go.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Attorney General. Attorney General, I have a medical report, sir. Yeah, so, Madam Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking from the Attorney General is reading the law very well. It's very clear for appropriation, supplementary. I wanted him to clarify to us if the 3% is trying to bring falls under subsection 7 of Section 25 of the PFM, which says unabsorbable, unavoidable, and foreseeable. Because and it goes and says that unforeseeable does not include an expenditure that was foreseeable by the vote at the time of preparation of the budget. And Honorable Chibumbi is raising that what was the 3% was foreseeable at the time of preparing of the vote. So I want him to assist us on that. And finally, Attorney General, you're a very good land man. We want to beg you, don't spoil your career of being intelligent to do things wrong for some wrong people. Please stay in your lane. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Another clarification. What would clear what Honorable Nandala is saying is on what was the 3% meant for. This is what this house needed to know. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Land Attorney General for the revelations so far, and that the request was from the Budget Committee is well understandable, and I'm very sure he was not privy to particular information, namely that the gist of Honorable Mwanga's minority report on the supplementary schedule is on the fact that the estimates in the bill are different from what Parliament actually approved. I don't know whether you are privy to that the Minister of Finance was able to disclose to you that it's part of the contention, that actually they spent beyond what Parliament had approved, and therefore an undertaking to scrutinize expenditure by expenditure will actually render your legal opinion sitting in a lane not clothed in the law. So are you privy to that fact, Land Attorney General? Second, Honorable Speaker, and related to my my statement, I remember moving under Rule 43 and asking the chairperson of the Budget Committee to explain the implications of passing supplementary appropriation bills for financial that have already been closed. Because the question, Land Attorney General, was that the Auditor General had already laid reports for financial 2018, 2019, 19 and 20, and then 2021. Therefore, the implication of passing of appropriation bills on the integrity of the reports, the Auditor General had already made reports, and then we pass the bills retrospectively. The integrity of the reports, in your view, given the fact that they are late, do you get that information and therefore advise the committee? Of the bills came up. But, Honorable Speaker, it raises concerns regarding accountability of the funds. We are in this kind of quandary, Land Attorney General. And if you do not have all the information, the only justice you can do to this House, Land Attorney General, say, I only rendered opinion limited to those matters, but I was not privy to the gist of the issues before Parliament. Then we can move appropriately, Land Attorney General. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can we first get a response from the Land Attorney General? But you see, we need to move. And because we need to move, I have always urged my friends on the front desk this side, if you know you've made a mistake, the appropriation, the approval is only a preserve of this House. When you have made a mistake, just accept we made a mistake here and we move on. So that you don't make the same mistake next time.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, budgets are not within my knowledge, and they're not even quite relevant on the interpretation of the provisions of the law. The reasons, like Honorable Nandala Mafabi stated, the consequence of not being relevant and unforeseeable are different from the use. So that's what we need to be clear about. Secondly, that's my view. Yes, I agree with the honorable member that accountability under 164 is required. Accountability for any monies under 164.2 is required, and it's a constitutional requirement. Unfortunately, the honorable member did refer to section 12 of the PFMA, and I think you misinterpreted it because
1 minute. Actually, the mother law here is the Constitution. I will only refer you, for honorable colleagues, to Article 156, subsection 3, and I'll read. Where in respect of any financial year, a supplementary estimate or supplementary estimates have been approved by Parliament. Mark word, have been approved by Parliament in accordance with clause 2 of this article. A supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next, following that financial year to which the estimates relate, providing for appropriation of the sums so approved for the purpose specified in those estimates. So the command go forget about regulations, forget about the PFM, the Constitution, which is the Supreme.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if I could be allowed to complete, because Honorable Mwanga is answering what I'm about to say. It's actually
okay,
stating.
you complete.
Thank you. So, Right Honorable Speaker, Article 156 of the Constitution provides for appropriation. I will hasten to add that I hold the view that Section 12 of the Public Finance Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act is unconstitutional. And I'll opine as follows. Appropriation bill, that is Article 156. If in respect of any financial year, it is found, B, that any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for the purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount had been appropriated, a supplementary estimate showing the sum required or spent shall be laid before Parliament in the case of excess expenditure within 4 months after the month. This provision reads the same as Section 25, only that Section 25 added a limit of 3%. This provision. So the Constitution provided no limit, the PFMA provided a limit. To give it effect, and to agree with my colleague, it was wrong to use the Public Finance Management Act to purport to amend the Constitution. Therefore, I would actually state that any amount exceeding the appropriated sum would be constitutional. However, Right Honorable Speaker, and I did raise this with you, we have been...
It would be constitutional but approved by this House.
Right Honorable Speaker, that is why I'm saying that these provisions, it is dealing with what has been spent. What has been spent. And Right Honorable Speaker, you must remember that I did have a conversation with you about bringing the PFMA in line with the Constitution. We've had an issue here with the funds. We've had an issue with a couple of things in the PFMA in bringing it in line with the Constitution. The interpretation that I may have given may not be very palatable to Parliament, but that is what the Parliament wrote. That is what the Parliament wrote. And as I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, you may agree with my opinion, and as requested the Parliament not to follow it, I would only hasten to add that Parliament may want to err on the side of caution and rely on my opinion more than his. I thank you.
Honorable members, can I hear from the Minister of Finance?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm constrained to add anything after the Attorney General has given his opinion. However, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chivumbi's concerns are in regard to processing the bills I'm about to read for the second time to Parliament. We have considered the bills here many times, and in these bills we have always provided amendments. I would like to suggest that we be allowed to present the bills. I'm sure the Committee on Budget has considered the bills. If there are amendments, if any, where Honorable Chivumba and others think a certain clause is irregular, we amend. Yes, I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member. Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Respectfully, I want to disagree with the minister. What we are handling at this stage is dealing with the opinion of the Land Attorney General that, I'm sorry to use the word purports to say Parliament does not have authority to process supplementary. We are dealing with that first aspect. Then the second aspect where you are raising, we are okay with it. Because then when it comes to amendment, we shall deal with it. But the information I want to give, when you are reading the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act, you must read it with our rules, starting from Rule 152, Rule 153, which is on consideration of supplementary estimates, Rule 154, and you go ahead. These are very clear because you are going to deal with votes. And when a vote is called here, Madam Speaker, you will come and sit here. When you call a vote, any member of Parliament is free to move that you increase or you reduce. That's what I understand about the appropriation process. So when the Attorney General says it should not, yes, with reasons, of course, and the House can accept or even reject. That is now what the minister is talking about. So even the argument that we have about the relevance, whether it was necessary and the rest, that is aside for now. For now, we want to deal with the issue the Attorney General is raising, which is an attempted usurpment of the powers of Parliament. And I wanted to add that this Attorney General, we should actually forgive him. I understand you are coming from dealing with parties elsewhere. This is a very serious house. We cannot entertain hangover of parties here.
Honorable members. Honorable members of Parliament. Abudu. Honorable Abudu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I must apologize. I'm not having a mask because of a respiratory problem.
I have given you permission.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. Institutions of government should work in harmony. We should not seek to have conflicts. And both Parliament and Executive should realize one thing, that if we have those conflicts, then every institution will fight for its powers in accordance with the law. And then we have stalemate. This debate is actually unnecessary if somebody taking a decision would have put that in mind. And let me explain why, Right Honorable Speaker. If Parliament in its wisdom has decided that this expenditure cannot be, you cannot appropriate this money for this particular use. You cannot, the executive, turn around and say, we shall use the authority of 3% and use for the same expenditure. You are causing a conflict. You'll be causing a conflict. And at the end of the day, you'll have a standoff. You'll have a standoff. Because Parliament said we have reasons why we could not agree on this particular appropriation. The issue of the landed attorney general's office, we had this debate, colleagues, many years ago. And it took me to go to court, the Constitutional Court, to cite the authority Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi is talking about. The Sech Kubo case. That was me. I had to apply to be added as a party to make sure that, one, we have the independence of Parliament, but also recognize the role of the office of the Attorney General. And the Supreme Court has already pronounced on that. We don't have to start debating who has powers, this and so on. My view, Right Honorable Speaker, and this to the Minister of Finance, it is wrong on your part to go and start using the window of 3% to do what Parliament had refused to do. And those facts you should have told the Attorney General. Because what you did, you put the Attorney General in a position where he renders an opinion without knowing the background. And that is wrong for any lawyer. Because for us, we render opinions because of the facts that have been given to us. Some of these facts are now coming to the table now. And now Honorable Mwanga said, no, you Attorney General, you are wrong because of these facts. And actually, Land Attorney General, those are the facts. But they were not brought to your attention. Why were taking your authority? Was he acting in good faith? Because you bring the office of the Attorney General also in the fray of your bad decision as finance. Whoever sought the opinion of the Attorney General should have given it the background and ended up with the questions that the Land Attorney General tried to answer. And Right Honorable Speaker, the problem is finance. The problem is finance. Don't make other institutions look bad. And colleagues, when a profession gives an opinion and it tells you this is what I was asked, let us respect that. But say, well, they should have given you more information. And my advice is, if we can now, the Attorney General has more facts, then he can even look at the opinion and give a contextualized legal opinion according to the facts, other than now trying to use this floor to fight who is right and who is wrong because of the problem of Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Katonto. Honorable Attorney General, you are not given sufficient information for you to give an opinion that was meant to be for this particular transaction. Finance, do you have anything? But I also want just to echo to you, the Attorney General, that the preserve of appropriation lies on this house. We had a very sharp argument yesterday with my brother, the Attorney General, and he said we as executive are the ones who do the budgeting, but this is not for a debate, but we resolved it. They do the budgeting, but even in the appropriation, we are not meant to change any figure. And I said in appropriation, when we are doing the supply, we will change figure from the other one to the other one. What we cannot change is the resource envelope. That is a preserve of Parliament, that we are give out that power of appropriation. That is the only thing we have as Parliament. Finance.
Madam Speaker.
Finance.
Madam Speaker.
Members, we have 12 bills to pass today.
I want
Finance.
Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate Honorable Abdu Katuntu for the guidance he has given.
Before my team leaves the app, honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of exhibitors in the vintage automotive machines and the participants in the National Misham Day. That is 18th May 2022. You're most welcome. We are here to just stand up and my members see you. You are most welcome to Parliament of Uganda. This is your parliament, and we promise to be a people-centered parliament. You're welcome. We are going to flag off. We'll flag off the activity. We are joining you soon.
Madam Speaker, allow me to appreciate Honorable Katuntu for the arguments he has put forward. And Honorable Sewungu, I know what I'm talking about. And I have the reasons why.
Honorable Sewungu, stop disturbing the house.
Madam Speaker, why I want to appreciate Honorable Katuntu is his consideration and respect for professionalism. I am a professional myself, and I know what it means by a professional opinion. Madam Speaker, I want to believe that the life I have spent in this house, I am on a learning curve. Every other debate that comes through, we get new experiences. And from these experiences, we have gradually improved. I want to appeal to you, honorable colleagues, that yes, the law is there. When we are applying it, sometimes the interpretation can be different from the expectations of the House. But to move forward, let's always learn from our experiences. We take your advice where there are gaps. We shall continue to improve for the betterment of the House and for the betterment of this country. Madam Chair, I submit. And with this, I beg that we move forward to the next stage.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a procedural matter from
Madam Speaker,
you sit.
the Minister of Finance has bills, a number of them. He has just finished a lecture. The Minister of Finance has a number of bills before Parliament, but he has just finished a lecture of how he runs, how. Now, how does his lecture help decision making? The procedure issue I am raising is whether now we are going to take a decision by lecturing. So one member finishes, another one starts, because I thought you provide specific information, we take a decision.
The Honorable Minister is accepting the critique, the decisions that have been said, the information that has been brought, and is apologetic actually for it. And he's saying this is a learning process. You know, he was a chairman, just become a minister. So he's asking, can we go and look at the reports of the committee? Honorable Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, the Minister, Madam Speaker, you are right. When you apologize, there's a punishment which you can get. Instead of being high, it can be low. Madam Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act, that was the lead person when we were making it. Abdul Katuntu is here. Madam Speaker, the background, we took time to do this law. And we did it very, very carefully. And now, for a minister who knows the public finance to come here and plead ignorance, I am worried. Now, any expenditure which is not in excess is treated as a loss. And if it's treated as a loss, the person who caused the loss is supposed to be held personally liable. Not regulations, I'm reading the law. Regulations can be, this is section 25(8). So, Madam Speaker, he's a professional accountant. I want him to help us. What punishment does he live with here? Because forgiving can be there. But this gentleman here was the lead person in fact, he was the chair. And that's where I am. And Madam Speaker, why I'm raising this? A few minutes we have been debating the report of the minister about the other monies. And we concluded here that the Minister of Finance.
And you hid away from the debate because you're conflicted. Yes.
Okay. Was supposed to go and ask his Secretary to Treasury to create a vote. And the Secretary Treasury has never created a vote up to now. That is another punishment. So, Madam Speaker, I want to plead with you to ask the minister to determine his punishment before we can leave the house. I thank you.
Honorable Minister will determine the punishment. Let's first look at the reports on the chairman of the committee. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Let me call it again. I called it already, but let me call it again. The supplementary appropriation number 2 bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriations bill number 2 of 2021 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Silwanyi, by Awogon Nandala. Nandala yo Okwalinga, Buru, Kefa, by the Milton, by Joel. Noah. Yes, can you speak briefly about your motion, just on the principles?
Madam Speaker, the object of the supplementary bill number 2 is provide for supplementary appropriations out of the consolidated fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended of a sum of 1,334,320,858,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 2018-2019. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a budget committee report on the supplementary appropriation bill number 2, 2021. For that, I have documents to lay. I have a copy of the report, minutes of the meeting, submissions of the bill, submission from Minister of Finance, Office of Attorney General. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this bill was for some time back. During the implementation of the budget for financial 2018-2019, government sought additional resources and allocation to meet the expenditure requirement. These requests were read before Parliament in two, supplementary schedule 1 and 2, including addenda, accordance with provision of Article 156(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 25 of PFM as amended. We have looked into all this. It should be noted that on 1st April 2020, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid on table the supplementary appropriation bill for the first reading. Further, the committee noted that the bill was not considered by the House as per Article 156(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. This bill was accordingly introduced and read for the first time on 29 September 2021 and referred to the Budget Committee. The object of the bill, the Minister has indicated the object of the bill. And on page 3, on assessment of the funds, the committee examined the appropriation bill against the supplementary appropriation bill 1 and 2 laid in the House, the addenda to the supplementary appropriation bill, and the resolution of Parliament authorizing expenditure for the financial 2018-2019. Now, 4.1, the resolution of Parliament. On 21st May 2019, Parliament approved a total supplementary expenditure of 1,291,235,128,853 under supplementary appropriation bill 1 and 2 for financial 2018-2019. The Parliament did not approve supplementary appropriation fund for the on the schedules I've indicated on table 1, the approval which was not done by the House. Now, 4.12, variation in amounts approved to the current expenditure. The committee noted inconsistencies between the figures appearing in the votes. You can read the votes, there are several of them. And the table 2, also indicates the variances on the last column. Stretches up to page 8. And also there were variances on development on table 3. During the discussion with Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the committee was informed that the supplementary appropriation amounted to 1.7.
Honorable members, when we finish the bills, we shall handle the coffee and tourism. So don't go.
Supplementary of 1.73 billion, of which 869.965 was authorized by the minister within the 3% legal provision in accordance with section 25 of PFMA as amended. It was further noted that during the consideration, Parliament rejected 151 million, in spite of the fact that it was authorized by the minister within the law and it was included in the bill. That's what was the Attorney General trying to elaborate. The committee sought an opinion of the Attorney General, which the opinion was read. I don't want to go into all that. And straight away, we move that the committee The committee recommend that Parliament should pass this appropriation bill into law, subject to amendments. But for avoidance of doubt, it is recommended that where the 3% legal limit is abused, the responsible government agencies may invoke Article 164 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 80 of the PFMA on making good of the laws. So, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that is a brief report with the amendments which are also there on the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, is a minority report on the same bill, but I need your guidance since they are related. I could run through the three reports. Then we can proceed on committee stage. Right Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence. You have been on.
Can we have the motion for the other report also? That is supplementary to Minister.
Bill second reading, the supplementary appropriation number 3 Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister. We will debate all of them and go to committee stage one by one. The minority, there's a minority on two? No problem. Can we have?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Just a summary. Eh?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, my approach to, if I could beg your indulgence, if the minister reads through all the reports, the chairperson, then I make one minority report because the arguments are literally the same.
Yes, that's what we're saying.
So let him come read the second report, then I'll come and make the one.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriations Bill number 3 of 2021 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Mudimi, by Azza, by Tom, by Awasi, Sylvia, Silwanyi, Augon, Kwalinga, Kefa, Apea, Max, by majority of the house, by Kanungu. Can you speak, give us a symposium of your report?
Right Honorable Speaker, the object of the bill is provide for supplementary appropriation out of the consolidated fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 of the sum of 2,343,812,195 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is the Committee of Report on the Budget Committee on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3 for 2020-21. I have documents to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a committee report. I have a report of the committee, minutes of the meeting, the submissions made by Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and members, this is also for some time back. It was the bills which were introduced when we started the session. So they are but the challenge we had of COVID and other issues would not proceed. So that's why they are coming now. Because I got a member say, why are you bringing a supplementary now when the financial has not ended? I say, no, the bill should be different. Now the background to this, members, I think you can read. On 3rd December 2019, government ready for Parliament supplementary expenditure number 1 for 437.63 billion, reflecting 1.08% of approved budget for financial 2019-2020. On 3rd March, another schedule 2 was laid of 662.337 billion, reflecting 1.64% of the approved budget. And on 19th March of the same year 2020, addendum 1 to supplementary schedule 2 amounting 749.82 billion, of which 638.879 was required parliamentary approval, and shillings 9.887 billion was statutory vote the judiciary. On 31st March 2020, again, addendum 2 was laid on the supplementary schedule number 2 amounting to 284 billion to cater for intervention in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. Further, on March again, the same period, same date, addendum 1A to supplementary schedule 2 for financial 2019-2020 of 2.408 billion was also laid to cater for street kids under Ministry of Gender. 932.765 billion of the supplementary appropriation addendum 1 and addendum 2 was approved by the House by the resolution of Parliament. The chronology is there, members, you can read through. And we move ahead. It said on the 16th March, I beg your pardon, 16th June 2022, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid addendum schedule number 3 amounting to 1,090.48 billion, of which 1,087.66 billion was approved by Parliament under Schedule 2 through Schedule 3 through a resolution of Parliament dated 26. You can read the methodology. The methodology we adopted. We got the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure number 2 and 3 for that year, including addenda. The hazard of April 7th, 25th June, 26th June 2020, and the budget committee at that time. Observation. The relation between the supplementary appropriation bill and the parliamentary resolution. The overall assessment indicates a variation of Uganda shillings 89,437,929 between the bill and the resolution of Parliament on supplementary expenditure for financial 2019-2020. The total expenditure estimate in the bill, that figure is there. However, the total estimate as per resolution of Parliament, it was creating, the difference was creating that. general assessment. In considering the schedules, the committee then, budget committee then deferred consideration of schedule number 2, but resolved to process addenda 1 and 2 to schedule number 2. Further note that schedule number 1 was not considered by that committee by then, and thereby creating a discrepancy between the figures in the bill and the resolution. Were approved by Parliament on 26 June 2022, but these were, however, not captured in the bill, thereby creating a discrepancy between the figures in the bill and the resolution. The discrepancy was, however, explained by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to the fact that not all the sums that were approved by Parliament were released by Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development due to the cut-off effect. That's the end of the financial. The financial was coming to an end, so they could not expend the money. The bill erroneously captures in the narration financial year 2018-2019 instead of financial year 2019-2020. That estimates relates to vote 791 Uganda Municipal Council was erroneously captured as Njelu Municipal Council in the bill under the current expenditure. Vote 95, vote 95, vote 595 Toroko District was erroneously captured as Namaingo District in the bill under the current expenditure. Funds under development expenditure were captured as recurrent expenditure, especially under the various missions abroad. Gender, labor, and social development. Schedules erroneously, and the Parliament resolution reflected on them as such. But according to the minister, when you look at the effect, there was zero effect to affect on it. It was a matter of just changing the votes. G, some funds were approved by Parliament under supplementary schedule number 3. Supplementary schedule number 2, addendum 3 were not captured in the bill. For example, vote 110 Uganda Industrial Research Institute URI funds under development. It should be, however, noted that during committee interaction with the minister, the committee was informed that the funds approved by Parliament did not capture in the bill, representing those figures that were not released to MDS due to the noted that statutory votes such as parliamentary commission were reflected under the current estimate, yet it has a direct charge in the consolidated account. It should also equally be noted that funds captured in the bill include the 3% legal limit authorized by the minister, but not processed by Parliament through a resolution. In conclusion, we've noted inconsistencies in the approval made by Parliament as per the resolution against the estimate provided in the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3 of 2021. These are explained by the 3% legal limit authorized under Section 25 of Public Finance and Management Act as amended. The committee therefore recommends that the bill be passed into law with proposed amendment. There are proposed amendments on members. And this report is a bit big. You go to annexes, table 1, it shows why Parliament deferred some of the approvals. You can read members from page 1 from table 1 up to the end. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit. There is a minority report also
Thank you.
attached to this bill.
Thank you. Three. I mean 4.
Bill second reading, the supplementary appropriation number 4 Bill 2021.
4. Honorable Chibum, you come at the go.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the
Honorable
supplementary.
Minister Frank, I want you in the house. Even you, Kimosho.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriations bill number 4 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by William Awasi Azar, James Mamawi, Simon Max Aburu, by the majority of the House. Yes, can you speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, the object of the bill is to provide for supplementary appropriation out of the consolidated fund under Article 156(3) of the Constitution and Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 of a sum of 4,768,640,012,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 2020-2021. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, this is the report of the Budget Committee on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 4 of 2021. Before I present the report, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I have the following documents today. A copy of the committee report of the meeting, submission of the committee on the bill by Minister of Finance, Attorney General, and the committee report I beg today. Right Honorable Speaker and members, during the implementation of the budget for financial 2020-21, government sought additional resources and a reallocation to meet the expenditure requirement. These requests were read before Parliament in 5 separate schedules, Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, including addenda thereto, in accordance with provision of Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Public. This was again referred to the committee for scrutiny. The object of the bill, the minister has read the object of the bill. Background to this. On 1st October 2022, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid before Parliament supplementary expenditure estimate under schedule number 1 and 2 amounting to 3,426 billion, of which 1,360 billion was 3% of the approved budget, and 2,063 billion over and above the 3% legal limit, respectively. On 6 October 2020, an addenda to Schedule 2 amounting to 389.36 billion was read. Schedule 1 and 2 and addendum to Schedule 2 were approved by Parliament and a resolution dated 20th October 2020. On 20th October 2020, government again laid another addendum, a schedule, rather schedule number 3 of 353.8 billion. And on 18th November, they read addendum 1 and 2 to the schedule amounting to 48.67 billion and 5.64 billion respectively. And this was approved by the House by resolution dated 20th November 2020. On 18th December, schedule number 4 amounting 94.32 billion was laid. On February 2nd, 2021, government also laid addenda 1 and 2 to schedule number 4 amounting to 111 billion, 111.477 billion, and 86.597 billion respectively, those schedules. And this was also approved by resolution of Parliament on 3rd March. So the methodology, we have examined this request, and on their findings, the committee observed that a total of 4.768.6 billion, 4,768.6 billion was captured in the supplementary appropriation bill number 4 of 2021, of which 2,306.77 was recurrent expenditure and 2,461.862 was development. On the other hand, parliamentary resolution on supplementary expenditure for financial 2020-21 tabled amounted to 4,773.953 billion, of which 2,294.4 billion as recurring and 2,479.533 was development. This resulted into an overall excess of 5,295,000. No, I beg your pardon, 5,295,037,000. That was the difference between what was captured as illustrated on table number 1. When you look at the variance parliamentary resolution and the variance between the supplementary appropriation bill number 4 of 2021 and the parliamentary resolution on expenditure, supplementary expenditure schedule for 2020-2021 indicated below. Expenditure over and above the expenditure approved by the House, the committee noted the situation where government had proposed appropriation in excess of the resolution by Parliament. A total of 55.618 million has been spent over and above the amount approved by Parliament. So that table illustrates the difference when you aggregate together. 4.2 expenditure under stroke below expenditure approved by Parliament. The committee noted that proposal supplementary appropriation for the following votes detailed in table 3 below were lower than the expenditure approved by Parliament for financial 2020-2021. This implies that Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic had released less fund and approved less, affecting service delivery of affected votes. So the details are there, honorable members, on the table 3. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development explained to the committee that government runs a cash budget, and the underperformance was explained by The committee noted that appropriation being of historical nature, there was no need for the amendment. The expenditure reclassified from development to recurrent. The committee observed that expenditure under the following votes has been reclassified as a recurrent in the appropriation bill as opposed to development as resolved by the House. That is table number 4. The details are there: State House, lands, Katakwi, all that. The committee noted that the interchange classification emanated from before Parliament and the Parliament resolution there too. The committee noted that the interchanges should ideally be corrected by an addendum to parliamentary resolution. What is important to note that the interchanges had zero net effect according to Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development. It was within by the interchanges. The committee recommends that as future, any interchange classification should be corrected by an addendum. So in the future, we are saying when such issues arose, money for recurrent posted involvement should come for approval. Conclusion: the committee noted there are inconsistencies in the approval made by the Parliament as per the resolution against the estimate provided in the appropriation bill number 4, 2020-21 table. However, explanation given by Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic should suffice given the historical nature of the approvals involved in the bill. The committee therefore recommends that the bill be passed into law with a proposed amendments. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. This report is also accompanied by a minority report, and the author of the report is in the House and we can talk about this report.
Thank you. Whatever has not been read should be captured in the Hansard. Thank you, committee. Honorable Chivumbi, can you have 3 minority reports or 2? 3. Could you said they are the same issues, eh?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the same across the 3 with just minor adjustments. The main gist of these arguments, we dealt with them in the earlier debate.
Yes.
Because majority of opposition was based on the opinion
So
of that.
the minor adjustments, do they come in the debate or in the at committee level?
I can speak to them briefly in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, appropriation bill number 2. There was inadequate, the areas of dissent, inadequate proposed amendments. Minister's approval of supplementary budget is not equivalent to appropriation. We've dealt with it. And admissibility of Attorney General's opinion, we've dealt with it. But Honorable Speaker, in this bill, the majority committee agrees with us that sums of monies that were supposed to be approved, put in the appropriation bill, contained sums that were not approved. They don't go the full extent to reject those sums. They approve some, they leave some. In our approved, in our schedule, we've gone the full length to do justice, and in appropriated at the Committee of Supply, we've gone ahead to go the full extent and remove every single coin that was not appropriated that was not approved by Parliament. So we'll go further small. Right, Honorable. On appropriation bill number 3, right, Honorable Speaker, the minister attempted and the committee of budget attempted to equate releases to approval by parliament, is that a bill, figures in the bill can be based on what was released. Release is completely left for budget performance. At a bill stage, you are dealing with what was approved. Whether it was already released or not released, that's not our matter. So the committee erred in trying to equate the figures as they were released. So after appropriation bill, we are not for budget performance. That's why we find the committee's, majority committee's position highly inconsistent with what we require to do. And we have provided the full amount as it should be in the schedule. Of course, the rest of the two issues is a cross-cutting one. In appropriation bill number 4, of course, they still did the same thing. Bill with the releases, they also did selective amendments. So what we've done here is to go the full length, not to do selective amendment, address every coin that was not approved by Parliament and reject it. The question before us is, what do we do with it? Money has already been spent. That's a given. Okay? But the law as responsible, if it is a minister for this approval, is held responsible. We may not go the full extent of what the law says, but in the minimum, in the last Parliament, we passed a resolution to call on the minister to offer a formal apology. Because what we don't want to do is a repeat and impunity of this practice, and we have to cure it. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You've heard what the colleague is saying. We don't want these things to repeat again. We need an apology from finance. Actually, you're making Attorney General's chambers to suffer for no good reason. So we need an apology from you that such a repeat should never happen again. You should know where the powers of appropriation are.
Madam Speaker, I need to know the extent of the apology. What have I done?
Spending money outside the 3% without approval of the House.
But Madam Speaker,
just a minute.
Madam Speaker, that is not correct.
The money was not spent to beyond 3%.
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Sarah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the minister now, it is now his word against ours. But the point I wanted to make, Right Honorable Speaker, is this repeated apology. I remember I was in this house in the last term when the Honorable Matia was on the floor of this house apologizing for similar mistakes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, will it be one apology after another? I think we should, something else should be done. But of course, before we think of that, the challenge now, Right Honorable Speaker, the point I was making was that, but now that the minister has said they didn't spend beyond 3%, I cannot move with my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Why don't you be a woman enough and say what should be done?
Information, Chair.
Can we have a clarification of
Right
expenditure?
Right Honorable Speaker, I think we are going into circles. The reasons why we raised this minority, and we've had this argument, and good enough, Right Honorable Speaker. Consistency in life is important. These appropriation budget estimates relate to 18-19. While rejecting these figures in the budget committee, who are with the current minister. The Minister of Planning, Honorable Ogorobi, was the chair, and Honorable Musasizi was the committee member. We can even trace a record of attendance of the same minister while rejecting these figures. So why is it he man enough? Why is it he man enough? No, let me make my submission. Why aren't you a man enough? We were in the same room and we did these things and rejected these figures. History has placed you where you are. Okay? You don't have to be, I don't begrudge you, but be man enough and say what, can you repeat the very words you submitted in the committee while rejecting these figures? So, Honorable Mudimi kept on accusing me, that is me and Honorable Golobi that caused this crisis, and you were with you.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is true I was a member of the Budget Committee when these bills were presented. Madam Speaker, to the best of my recollection, and which I still stand for now, the question was not whether the requirements of spending within 3% have been complied with. The question was, in these expenditures, were these expenditures meeting the test of supplementary expenditure in regard to unavoidable and unforeseen? And when you look at Regulation 18, it adds other things. I would like to be honest with you, Honorable Chivumbi. If the records capture something different, I will apologize. But to the best of my knowledge, Honorable Speaker, this was my argument then, and I still stand by it.
And let's look at whether there is a variance when we are at committee stage. We'll look at that when we are at committee stage. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I thought, I don't know whether your advice was in the form of a ruling for the minister to decide whether to take it or not. But also the Honorable Musasizi thanked the Honorable Katundu for giving advice. See, to say sorry and we move, why are you wasting time? These are your bills. Just say sorry, we move and finish the bills.
And in addition, Madam Speaker, since you had given, the very minister has already explained to this House what he's supposed to apologize for, that the ministry erred. It went over and above what it's expected of. So we just request this House to we hear from him, giving this House
That's not what
apology.
you are saying. You know, it's a collective responsibility. It may not have been Musasisi. Musasisi is a very good person who knows finances. He used to be one of the best chairpersons in a committee. And what Honorable Musasisi is saying, that let's go to committee stage. We will have where we have figures. Where the figures are varying, then, pardon?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to be part of the mob to compel the minister to apologize if he's no wrong. But even when it is confirmed actually that the figures in the bill are different from what Parliament approved, and he does not see a problem with that. And the chairperson of the Budget Committee have been very attentive when he was reading his report, attests to that fact that actually there is variance between what Parliament actually approved and what the bills are saying. If the minister sees no wrong with that, we have put a red flag up to him. It's up to him now to say that the red flag is misplaced, and we shall hold it elsewhere.
Speaker, you see, we are dealing with figures. And in accounting, we normally balance at the end of the day. The figures must agree. What I'm saying, included in the appropriations bill, has a justification. Where the committee queried, I went to the committee and provided responses, and which responses the committee considered, and the chair of the committee has reported back. I'm wondering why the rope wants me to apologize for what?
No,
I've
was
not done anything wrong.
there an expenditure beyond 3%?
Madam Speaker, there was no expenditure beyond 3% without approval of Parliament.
Was there an approval of Parliament for that supplementary?
Madam Speaker, the law provides that we spend up to 3% and come back to seek retrospective
When was that
approval.
spent? Was it spent 3-4 months back?
Madam Speaker, these are, we are dealing with 2018-2019.
Are those the 4 months?
Madam Speaker, I want to state before this House, like Honorable Mafavi said, I was there when this law was being made, and I follow it to the dot. There is nothing that we have done which does not comply with the Public Finance Management Act, except the subjectivity in test interpretation in regard to whether the expenditures were unforeseen and whether they were unavoidable.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I think the Honorable Minister is my friend, and the chairman knows. In one of the consideration of the release, we found out. That's why they've gone ahead to reduce that money, even in the majority report. In one incident, the money, both 3% and that requires approval, money spent was over and above. The chair can tell you.
Chair, can you?
There's an item here and I can go for it.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the amounts which was within the 3% legal amount, that was the reserve of the law, but there was no expenditure which was above the 3% on the 3 schedules. The challenge we are having now is that these supplementary appropriation bills were supposed to be disposed of. The one of 2018-2019 was supposed to be closed in 2019-20. But now they rolled over. That was, and the Minister of Finance by then, they laid these bills in time. But the problem was, I think there's some problem within ourselves here, Parliament. I can say that. When you look at the Hansard, these bills were presented in time as per law, but were not considered by the Committee of Parliament by then, where Mwanga Chivumbi Honorable was a member. So that's a problem. That's why they are coming now. Much as we are pushing Honorable Musasi to explain, there was also a problem which internal problem within the Parliament. By that time, the committee. I'd left the committee by then, you don't point at me.
Madam Speaker, I wanted the chairperson of the committee to help this House, especially on the supplementary number 2, which came to this House as applicable to 2018-2019. If I remember very well, this very supplementary was time barred because it related to the year 2018-2019. Now the committee has recommended in its own report here that you correct 2018-19 and make it 2019-2020 to bring it within the legal framework of this House. I thought here the committee should help us and be honest. Where the supplementary is time barred, this house, the hands are tied. It should not even find its way anywhere on the record of this parliament. The executive can deal with it the way they want, whether they have done it with impunity, but the moment it is time barred, you have not brought it within the limits prescribed by law. This one of 2018-2019 should not even be discussed by this house. Otherwise, it's going to raise a constitutional crisis.
So, Honorable Minister, Attorney General, the issue of time barred.
Right Honorable Speaker, reading the provisions of the Constitution, it's required to be laid within 4 months.
Yes.
And obviously, I'm taking the word of the honorable member. If indeed it was filed out of time, then it will be outside the provisions of the Constitution. Unfortunately, I cannot quite say what the consequence is at this point, but I can go and read on it and advise on what the consequence is.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to check for the date when we submitted the bills, but in the circumstances that I can't get it, I want to rely on the member's submission and apologize for submitting the bills late.
Thank you, honorable members. I mean, we should move on. We should move. Honorable Chivumbi, Attorney General, can we move to the committee stage? Honorable members, let me first put a question that the supplementary appropriation number 2, Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. I put a question that supplementary appropriation bill number 3, Bill 2021-20 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. I put a question that supplement Bill 2021 be read the second time. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The supplementary appropriation number 2, Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, that's the schedule. Can you, Chair?
Madam Chair, I propose to move an amendment that we delete vote 101 judiciary under recurrent estimates where it appears in the bill. Justification, it is a statutory vote which has a direct charge to consolidated account. I beg to.
Right, Honorable
No
Speaker.
objection, Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the chair.
I put a question that
But Chair, I would like to delete from the bill the following votes and their corresponding expenditure estimates. And I'll read, they are quite, I'm going to read the numbers and it's a tedious work. Ministry of Trade and Cooperative, 7.9 billion. Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, 3.5 billion. National Citizens and Immigration, 60 billion. Uganda Revenue Authority, 17 billion.
Madam Chair, I wanted to seek your guidance on the procedure we are adopting for adjustments of the figures. I thought that when we come to the vote, when the vote is called, that's when the honorable colleague can move the specific amendment applicable to that vote rather than by omnibus proposal the way he's proposing here.
But I think we can't also delete those votes because there was already an expenditure on it. So it will leave these votes in arrears.
Now we are guided by the report of the committee, both the majority, and they have put in their report that there are figures that are not matching. I saw from the report of the majority of the committee, even the minority has put that. So it means one specifically mentioned.
The deletion on the committee is on the statutory vote. That is Minister of Justice. That, I mean, judiciary, a statutory vote.
Speaker, moving that the expenditure items were not approved by Parliament and contravene Article 156, subsection 3 of the Constitution, hence unconstitutional and illegal. So these were not approved. Right, Honorable Speaker, what we are dealing with, we are dealing with the figures that were approved by Parliament so that's what we should incorporate at this and adjust them. So, right, Honorable Speaker, that's a justification of why we want all these votes deleted.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering what Honorable Chivumbi means when he says these figures were not approved by Parliament. These are the figures we brought under 3% retrospective approval. And the retrospective approval, I'm sure, is being done now.
Can I hear from the Attorney General on that side first?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The law envisages two types of approvals. There is one which is automatic, that Parliament any other approval by Parliament, because it is deemed to have been given by Parliament when it enacted the law giving that approval. Then the second form of approval is if the expenditure exceeds 3%. That's when Parliament would be called upon to approve that. So I'm not sure whether the approval, whether what my colleague Honorable Chivumbi is talking about is that exceeds 3%. But if it is within the 3%, then the approval was given by operation of the law, and we don't need to belabor on it.
And the ministry or the vote that is being suggested for is a statutory vote that does not need any approval. And I think that's why the chair is suggesting that we delete it. You okay?
Yeah. I have a resolution of Parliament on the appropriation of a supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 for the financial year 18-19. Detailed every vote that was approved and the amount corresponding. So any amount that is not in this vote, which was approved by Parliament, to that extent, is not covered. Honorable Nwagawa, with due respect, you missed a debate that you did not attend. And I had spoken to you before you stood here to speak. So, by virtue of that, I would like to contend that these are the amount that were approved. Now, the figures that are inconsistent with this cannot be the figures that are not in this bill. This is what was approved. And the figures that are beyond cannot be approved.
Honorable Shadow, why don't we bring that under the long title? We net off the figures that were not approved if you confirm that they were not approved, which is beyond 3%, if you have a confirmation.
Speaker, the easiest way to do it, as this is a tedious work, and we have been thorough to the detail, is that you have a schedule you have suggested in the minority report to the detail. Our resolution that it should be adopted as it is, it addresses all the inconsistencies. After all, let me address your concern. After all, you have apologized. After all, we approve.
The report has been approved.
You have spent.
Yes. No.
The report should be
no,
correct.
Your report was adopted together with the major report. That is captured. So can we move on? I put a question that schedule. I put a question that schedule to the bill be amended as proposed by Honorable Musasisi. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule as amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended.
Madam Chair, schedules include votes. In legislation, those votes are the same as clauses.
There is a vote we have read, not so.
No. If you, we can check the schedules and we see what is there. These schedules have contained votes, and these votes we must pronounce as Parliament one by one, and that is when they will have the full force of the law.
Now,
because you cannot bring a bill and then process it omnibus. It would be in violation. And he knows it.
Madam Chair, it is a good, Honorable Duru knows that I know this. We have several approaches of doing this, and it depends on the presiding officer. There are times when we read, call vote by vote, and there are times when we, yes, an appendix will attach a schedule and you call it at once. We have done this several times. So it depends on the presiding officer.
And during the supplies, when you call vote by vote, when we are doing the supply.
Title. There's an amendment to the long title.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment that the longer title be amended as follows. A sum of 1,732,374,237,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure requirement for financial 2018-2019. The justification, vote 101 judiciary is a statutory. The one we have excluded.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the chairperson of the committee.
Honorable members, I put a question that the long title of the bill be amended as proposed. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The title as amended.
I put a question that the title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House That's resume and the committee of the whole house reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole house.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole house has considered the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2021 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole house.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted.
I put a question that the house adopts the report of the committee of the whole house. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the supplementary appropriation number 2 bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 of 2021 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the supplementary appropriation bill number 2, 2021 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Congratulations.
The Supplementary Appropriation number 3 bill 2021 bills committee stage.
Clause 1. There is no, I put a question.
There is an amendment.
There's no amendment. What comes in the schedule?
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be amended as follows. Statutory 101 Judiciary and the vote 104 Parliamentary Commission whenever they appear in the bill. Statutory votes have a direct charge on the consolidated account, so they are not supposed to be part of them. I beg to propose.
There's another amendment. Replacement.
Other amendments on the same schedule, we have to replace financial year 2018-2019 in the bill with financial year 2019-2020 whenever it appears in the bill. B, under the recurrent vote expenditure, vote 595 replace Namaingo districts with Ntoroko district. C, under recurrent expenditure, vote 791 replace the word Njeri Municipal Council with words Uganda Municipal Council. The justification, the correct financial to which this estimate is financial 2019 to 20. B, vote 791 belongs to Uganda Municipal Council, not Njelu Municipal Council. C, vote 595 belongs to Ntoroko District, not Namaingo District. I beg to.
Yes, Shadow.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is the way I commented that they went just half distance. My humble approval request to be to approve this schedule with amendments as they are contained in the minority report. I beg to move.
I think there was a problem on the numbering of the votes, where 595, which belongs to Ntoroko, was given to Namaingo. That is the numbering of the votes, but the figures will come as an appendix, as we have already ruled.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not objecting to what the chair read.
Yes.
I'm in agreement for changing
Yes.
for those cross. I only say, since we have adopted this approach, which the chair finds convenient, and I don't, but for heaven's sake, we move with it, is that you approve the figures as the schedule appears in the minority report. Because it goes, for example, the first justification
as an appendix, but where there is a mistake, 595 belongs to Ntoroko, not Namayingo. That's what is correcting.
That's okay.
Yes.
I'm only saying further amendment.
Further, yes.
That the further amendments, that that whole schedule should be amended as per what is contained in a minority report.
It comes as, yes, it is amended.
I beg.
Chair, Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the chair's position, not the minority report.
You've not understood what the basis of the majority report. He's not making a submission like you need to change. He's saying we should take it as an appendix, the figures. And that's why I was laboring to explain that the changes that are here are basically on a vote, not on the amounts. There was a mismatch on the votes. A vote which is meant for Ntoroko is given to Namayingo, and is in agreement with it. I don't know why you're mentioning the shadow. I think you just like Chivombi.
Madam Chairperson, I agree with the drafting as proposed by the chairperson of the Budget Committee.
I put a question that the schedule to the bill be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule as amended.
I put a question that the amended schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Madam Chair and honorable members, I beg to amend the wrong title of the bill to read as follows. A sum of 2,323,123,107,195 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for financial year 2019-2020. The justification, vote 101 judiciary and vote 104 parliamentary commission as statutory votes.
Procedure, Chair. Procedure, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I'm a bit at a loss, although I've been following very, very closely, and I've been following these figures for several years. Right Honorable Speaker, the point raised by Mwanga Kivumbi, we need to take a closer look at it, because it it has some constitutional and legal implication. Those figures which are contained in the schedule were not approved. And therefore, probably the minister and the budget team and the minority should sit aside and find out how they can reconcile those figures. Because if you don't do that, we are going to approve matters which will not agree or which will hurt the law. I'm just thinking aloud. I may be wrong, but I think we need to clean up those anomalies. So, and I think I must be right because I've followed these figures for years. It's like part of my system. I'm understanding, but I think the minister it seems to be. So since the minority report has the correct figure, as approved, can we put it aside and then we can just balance? We can just balance the figures. And I think the non-dollars can help, the accountants can help us to put the figures right. But the truth, the facts of the matter is, Mwanga Kivumbi has the correct record and the budget committee and the ministry have wrong figures. So can the two sit down and clean themselves up?
Honorable Right Honorable Chair, I think what we are doing here right now is that we are adopting the schedule as per the minority report. And when you adopt the minority report with the minority, you have literally amended the schedule in the majority.
We have reconciled.
We have, when we reconcile that, the budget committee, our office will go further and harmonize.
Yes, the budget office will go further.
Just for the record to be clear, then the question should capture that the amendment proposed by the minority is put and then we approve it.
I already made a ruling that the minority report was adopted. And the schedule.
Amendment to what the chair raised is that, just for emphasis, is that the schedule as attached in the minority report also be adopted.
For reconciliation.
For reconciliation.
Madam Chair, I agree that the minority schedule be adopted for reconciliation.
Thank you. Honorable Cecilia is already saying no before we put a question. You know, I'm happy she knows there are some accountants here like in Andala. Honorable Cecilia was on beauty contest. I put a question that the long title of the bill be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title as amended.
I put a question that the title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Let's move a motion. Members, I know you're eager to go for lunch, but we're about to finish this. And the rest are very short.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House their reports too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 3 of 2019-2020
2021.
of
21.
Madam Speaker, let me repeat. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House Appropriations Bill number 3 of 2021 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
And report.
I beg to move be adopted.
I put a question at the House that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say the
Bill's third reading. The supplementary appropriation number 3 bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the supplementary appropriations bill number 3 of 2021 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the supplementary appropriation bill number 3, 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Supplementary Appropriation number 3 Act 2022.
2022 now. Bill passed and title settled.
The Supplementary Appropriation number 4 bill 2021 bills committee stage.
Honorable Minister.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Schedule.
Madam Chair and honorable members, I propose the following amendments on the schedule. Delete vote 101 judiciary under the current estimate whenever it appears in the bill. The justification is statutory vote, which has a direct charge on the consolidated account. Number 2, recurrent expenditure. Vote 014 Minister of Health. Replace 183 billion 72,140,000 with 178 million 72,140. Vote 122 Kampala Capital City Authority. Replace 5 billion 543 million 190,000 with 5 billion 503 million 190,000. Under development. Under development expenditure. Vote 579 Bududa District. Replace 699 million 551,000 with 121 million 123,000 shillings. Justification is to harmonize the amount as approved by Parliament. I beg to.
Honorable Chibombe,
I concur, but in addition, as per the schedules in the minority report.
as already approved.
As already approved.
The Minister,
Madam Chair, I agree.
I put a question that the schedule to the bill be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule as amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Chairperson,
Madam Chair and honorable members, I beg to move an amendment on the wrong title to read as follows. The sum of 4,653,359,476,000 shillings only to meet additional expenditure for financial year 2020-2021. Justification, vote 101, judiciary statutory vote, and also to harmonize the amount as approved by Parliament.
and with the harmonization, of the schedule, with the reconciliation with the schedule that is on the appendix. Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the proposal by the chairperson of the Committee on Budget.
With the proposal on on harmonization. Yes, on reconciliation.
Madam Chair, I agree with the proposal by the Committee Chair of Budget and also the shadow Minister of Finance that the schedule be reconciled.
Thank you. I put a question that the long title
Procedure,
of the
Chair.
bill be
Procedure,
amended as proposed.
Procedure, Chair.
Those in favor say
Procedure, Chair.
Yes, have it.
The title as amended.
I put a question that the title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 4 of 2021 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the whole
A question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Bill's third reading, the supplementary appropriation number 4 Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the supplementary bill number 4 of and do pass.
First, repeat it again. Repeat it. You missed appropriation.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriations bill number 4 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the supplementary appropriation bill number 4 of 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Supplementary Appropriation Number 4 Act 2022.
The bill passed and title settled.
Madam Speaker, the procedural matter was raising is what has just been done, that those questions you put, your power and authority to ask those questions was not in place. So I beg that that can be readdressed. Now that it's back, you ask the question so that it cannot be challenged. Otherwise, there was no parliament.
Honorable members, that is the only place where I get my powers. Third reading.
Bill third reading, the Supplementary Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2021.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriations bill number 4 of 2021 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the supplementary appropriation bill number 4 of 2021 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
A bill for an act titled the Supplementary Appropriation Number 4 Act 2022.
The bill passed and the title settled. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Musasizi have no reason to look at me with that.
Just a minute. Just a minute before you go on your procedure. Clerk Hansard, capture all what has been said and whatever is not, what has not been read. That's 1, 2. Can I have the coffee bill uploaded? I mean, report. Coffee and tourism. I mean, and Naguru.
Friend, a bit worried. I'm not dragging you back, but as a way of housekeeping and keeping the decorum of this house intact, I would like to appeal to the front bench that this kind of shabbiness should not happen again. The House Speaker is put in a very difficult situation to try and roll back on matters would have handled a smart way. Secondly, the front bench of the Speaker is not communicating with us, and we have no choice but to undertake citizen arrest on them. If they have issues and they believe they are going to come here and ram through matters, the small numbers here are technically prepared to take you on. So please clean up. The Speaker should not allow the front bench to use this house as a rubber stamp. If there are procedural challenges, let them come out and be clean, and we move in a tidy manner. We cannot proceed being part of this untidiness, and all of us must be apologetic for moving shabbily when people are sleeping on duty. I saw my chairperson of the budget committee struggling to really deal with matters not belonging in his domain because people are sluggish. Right, Honourable Speaker, I thought this should be on record that the front bench should not really make work difficult for us. If you have issues, we're here for the business of the country. Please communicate. Otherwise, we're ready with handcuffs. We shall have you for lunch.
Thank you. At least one thing you should know, I can never allow to be as a rubber stamp. I will never do that. The Anita among I know can never allow that. Honorable members. Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. The procedural matter I wanted to raise relates to issues that emerged from the reports. It is true that some of the figures that we pass here have been misrepresented, which portrays Parliament.
We are going to harmonize. We are going to reconcile.
Yes. So
Yes.
my proposal is
kind of after reconciliation, give me a figure of reconciled figures.
yes, and that certificate should be under your hand, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
That this is the correct thing that Parliament passed,
Yes.
not to have.
Yes.
As we proceed in Parliament, that screen can be very destructive. After all, it lacks local content. It is showing CNN. If it was showing a local television, it could be accommodated.
Which
But
one?
it distracts members.
Sergeant Clark, the other one. You know, Honorable Chivundi has been obstructed by that screen. So let's have it. We either have it off or we have it to show the house.
Bills, second reading, the Finance Amendment Bill 2022.
Finance Amendment Bill 2022. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, having gone through various processes in this bill, we feel as a government we need to do further consultations, and I therefore move to withdraw this bill.
Thank you so much.
Bill 2022.
EALA.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, we have been consulting on the Uganda Revenue Amendment Bill, and we feel we should continue the consultations and therefore withdraw the bill.
Thank you. Two bills withdrawn. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the minister is making a big mistake to withdraw bills where a committee has sat, decided, and the reports are ready and are signed. Madam Speaker, it is in bad faith. It is really in bad faith. This is already property of Parliament. If he wants to withdraw, we should wait. The committee presents a report and we discuss it. Then at an appropriate time, which the committee has done is very, very good. And it will help the management of Uganda Revenue Authority. So unless they want theft in Uganda Management Authority, that's why the other Uganda Revenue Authority, that's why they want to withdraw it. Otherwise, the report and the amendments which have been brought is going to streamline revenue collection, and this country is going to be in a better position than in the current state. So, Madam Speaker, is it procedure right for having been here for the last many months, working night, day? Yesterday, we left this place after midnight, working on that bill, that the minister, in just a second, comes and withdraws. Is it really procedure right, Madam Speaker?
Honorable former Commissioner of Uganda Revenue Authority, I hope you're not conflicted, but these bills were brought by executive and they've decided to withdraw their bills, and let them withdraw, but next time we need to bring a bill to amend the operation of URA. Now, these ones are on collection of revenue. You need to come up with a real bill to amend the act of URA in terms of the running of URA. I know what you want to say. I know what you mean. I agree with you, but bring an amendment to the act.
Procedures,
Madam
Chair. Procedures, Speaker.
Madam Chair, procedure. Madam Chair, you recall you were one-time chair at the COSASE. The issues you raised in the COSASE are the ones we are correcting now. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, maybe you know the object. The Commissioner General wanted to become the URA himself. So, Madam Speaker, would it be procedure?
Order. I think my honorable colleague is out of order.
Taking such people for induction. You are shaming us, a member of the Finance Committee. Please, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, Enos, don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. If you'll grow fat later. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. This was an opportunity for Parliament to deal with this matter. And we have handled it very well. Is it procedure right, Madam Speaker, even if the Commissioner General came to you, to really change? Yet you have the committee has 40 members. All of them have signed, apart from even Enos, who is standing up, has also signed, and he wants to change it now. Is it procedure right, Madam Speaker, that we really withdraw the bill at this stage without consulting the House and without debating it? Is it procedure right, Madam Speaker?
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the House to our Rule 140.1. It says, a member in charge of a bill may at any time give notice that he or she wishes to withdraw the bill subject to the approval of the House. That is our own rule. But I personally think it's good. I just want to advise the previous speaker that when a child has performed badly and he confesses that I have failed, I think you need to admit that the child is weak and he has failed. I'm trying to inform Honorable Nandala, please. If a child has performed badly in class and he has come to confess that he has failed, I think we just allow him to repeat the class. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this one will require your authority to amend, to allow this rule to be amended so that the minister can be helped, because he has now declared that he's a weakling. We should help him, and I think we should really help him.
Honorable members, as per Rule 140, the House must approve. And the minister said he's not willing to proceed with these bills. I am now going to put a question for an approval.
Madam Speaker, is it procedure?
I know your issues with the URA. I wish you could, what we could do is to ask for a treasury memorandum of the COSASE report. What did they do? Minister, we want a treasury report on what was done in URA and all those institutions.
Madam Speaker, I am going to follow up on the Treasury memoranda and report back to the House.
Yes, Avoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is with a lot of dismay for us as Committee of Finance, particularly the leadership, to hear this from the minister right here after we have processed the report. Really, it is, I don't know whether it is in good spirit or not. It sounds a great insult on our personality as the leadership of the committee. We labored to process the report. We left here yesterday about 9. I have been in touch with the minister since morning, but only to surprise us. Really, it demotivates, Madam Speaker. I don't think it is proper.
Well, Madam Speaker.
Clarification. Clarification, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Honorable Nandala, just a minute.
The minister must resign. After spending the taxpayers' money. There must be something.
Honorable Nandala, you want to take over minister's job? Now you're quarreling like somebody from Budadiri.
Madam Speaker, I think it is in order for me to formally move. And I would like to move like this. Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Finance Bill of 2022 and the Uganda Revenue Authority Amendment Bill of 2022 be withdrawn. I beg to move.
Is it seconded?
Madam Speaker.
Procedure. Honorable Law.
What's the rule? We are here on the rule.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable.
Madam Speaker, of course, I add to the voice of.
Can we withdraw this one by one? First, we withdraw the one of finance.
Madam Speaker,
let him first withdraw the one of finance. Is it on the same?
Yeah, my procedure matter was.
Okay.
My procedure matter is, instead of wasting parliamentary time, he has already wasted a lot of our time. We were here last night working around the clock regarding these bills. We have 9 bills. We have seen him withdrawing them one by one. Can you tell us how many of these bills is withdrawing so that the matter is settled once and for all?
Further procedure. Further procedure, Madam.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, when you are withdrawing a bill and moving a motion for withdrawal, you don't just withdraw without justification.
You give even a notice.
You have.
His first withdrawal was a notice.
So, Madam Speaker, I would request the minister to apologize
and then withdraw.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, we withdraw the first bill of finance. Then we go to the next.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Finance Amendment Bill of 2022 be withdrawn.
Is that seconded? Seconded by Modini, by Attorney General, by Honorable Bahati, Honorable Idi, Honorable Foxy, Honorable Azar, Martin. Honorable Rose Obiga, honorable members, the honorable member has moved the motion that he wants this bill withdrawn. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, procedure I'm raising is under our rules number 140. It says.
A notice, it doesn't specify how much time a notice should be. The first mention that is withdrawing was a notice enough.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's where you are right. The minister should give us a notice. He goes and sleeps. He comes tomorrow. Then he says, I gave you the notice yesterday. But Madam Speaker, if we go like this, we are going to remove. So is this procedure right? Madam Speaker, for the minister to come in just a second, he gives a notice and withdraws. After withdrawing in the time of the committee, no.
Honorable members, can we go to the next bill as we hold the revenue? Honorable.
Bill second reading, the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Traffic and Road Safety. Seconded by Bahati, Foxy, Honorable Waxy, Sirwanye, by the whole House. Honorable, can you speak to your motion a bit if you can?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Traffic and Road Safety Act by substituting for the word date, the word year in section 14A and 14B, by repealing paragraph A, B, and F of Section 178 by substituting for the word board, wherever it appears, the word competent authority, by substituting for the words secretary to the board, wherever it appears, the words commissioner, and for other related matters. Madam Speaker, when this bill was read for the first time, it was referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I'm aware the chairperson is ready to present his report.
Chair, Finance.
Madam Speaker, we've had the opportunity to process these bills and we are ready to report. Actually, we are ready to report on all the bills. We've divided up and we do a collab on this. And I'd like to invite my deputy to start off with this bill, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to report on behalf of the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022. Allow me, Madam Speaker, before I go to the report, to congratulate all members of Parliament upon the 1 year you have completed in the Parliament of Uganda. I thank God thus far He has brought us. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start with the road and safety bill. As part of introduction, the traffic and road safety, but before I present the report, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay on table the minutes and a copy of the same bill for the Hansard to capture. Maybe, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, because I have a number of bills that I will be reporting on, I want to lay the minutes at once, then I'll lay the reports as and when now are you the speaker? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. Honorable Dur is distracting me. I wanted to lay the minutes at once, but I take the bills one by one and then lay them on table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dur, why don't you leave the girl child? The girl child.
She's my sister-in-law, so there is cultural, I can smile with her.
Okay. There's the issues of sisters-in-law.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Dur for putting it on record that I'm his sister-in-law, but while we are here, let's do what has brought us here. Right Honorable Speaker, a report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022. Introduction. The Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022 was at the 18th sitting of the third meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, held on Thursday, 31st March 2022, presented for first reading and referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development for further scrutiny. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the bill through consultations with different stakeholders, hence this report. Object of the bill. The object of this bill is to amend the Traffic and Road Safety Act, CAP 361, by substituting for the word date, the word year, by repealing paragraph A, B, and F of section 178 by substituting for the word board wherever it appears, and the word competent authority by substituting for the word secretary to the board wherever it appears, the words chief licensing officer and other related matters. Madam Speaker, again, I want to beg your indulgence. To save time, I'll skip methodology. Members can read that. Allow me go straight to observations of the committee. The committee observed that the Traffic and Road Safety Act, CAP 361, provides for the law relating to traffic, to road traffic, traffic offenses, and other purposes connected with road traffic and road safety. The Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill number 8 of 2022 was laid before Parliament to amend the Act. The bill seeks to streamline the current law with the structural changes at the Ministry of Finance, at the Ministry, for instance, making the Department of Transport, Regulation and Safety as the competent authority. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2(1) of the Principal Act. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2(1) of the Principal Act by inserting in the definition section the word commissioner, which shall mean the commissioner responsible for transport, regulation, and safety. The committee noted, this follows the amendment of the Principal Act by the Amendment Act of 2020 that restructured the sector and placed responsibility back to the Department of Transport, Regulation, and Safety in the ministry responsible. The committee agrees that the department under ministries are headed by commissioners, and therefore the clause will be in line with government structures as well as the prevailing law. Clause 3, amendment of 14A of the Principal Act. The committee observed that Clause 3 of the bill seeks to amend Section 14A of the Principal Act by substituting the word date with the word year. The committee noted and agreed that Section 14A deals with the restrictions on the importation of motor vehicles based on their date of manufacture. Most vehicle documentation do not provide for the date but year of manufacture, and thus will make it easier to compute the years in order to comply with the law. Clause 4, amendment of Section 14B of the Principal Act. Again, this is talking about the substituting the word date with the word year. The committee again notes that Section 14B replaces an environmental levy on the importation of motor vehicles based on their date of manufacture. And because most vehicles documentation do not provide for date but year of manufacture, and thus will make it easier to compute the years in order. 5, the committee observed that Clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend Section 178 of the Principal Act by repealing paragraphs A, B, and F. The committee further noted and agreed with the committee with the Section 75 of the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Act 2020, repealed Section 168 that provided for the National Road Safety Council, thus abolishing the council. Therefore, Section 178, A, B, and F that refer to the council are redundant. Clause 6, amendment of Section 31 of the Principal Act. The committee observed that Clause 6 of the bill seeks to amend the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Act by repealing the word board with a competent authority, with competent authority, and secretary with the commissioner. The committee noted that Section 31 of the 2020 Amendment Act substituted the Transport Licensing Board with the Department of Transport, Regulation and Safety in the ministry responsible for transport as the competent authority. Therefore, references within the Principal Act to the board would be redundant. Furthermore, departments under ministry are headed by commissioners, and therefore the clause will be in line with government structures as well as the prevailing law. Clause 7, the committee observed that Clause 7 of the bill seeks to amend the first schedule of the Principal Act by substituting the word date with the word year. Following the intended amendment of section 14B by clause 4 of the bill, it is only logical that the first schedule that provides details of the environmental levy is also amended accordingly. Most vehicle documentation, as earlier stated, emphasizes on year other than date. The committee further observed that the bill, if passed, would streamline the apparent errors in the prevailing act, given the changes made by the 2018 and 2020 Amendment Acts. Recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee recommends that the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022 be passed into law. I beg to move.
Thank you. Can we have all of them read? Which one do you have, minority?
Chair, on this bill, we don't have a minority report.
Then which one do you have a minority?
There are only two where we have the minority report. If the House goes ahead with the URA bill, we have a minority report. If we also have a minority report on the income tax bill.
Which has been withdrawn?
Eh?
No.
Not.
Okay.
But on this one, we don't have
Okay,
a
let's
minority
first
report.
have those ones without minority reports read. The next.
Bill second reading, the Uganda Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022. Bill second reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
I'm just making a reminder, it is not withdrawn, it is pending. We have not withdrawn it.
Right, Honorable, I raise on a point of procedure. Wouldn't it be procedurally right? Because each bill attracts a report, and each bill stands.
You want us to process bill by bill?
one.
Okay, fine.
One by one bill.
No problem. The Traffic and Road Safety Bill has been read. You have something to say? Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, reading through the report shows that this committee did a thorough job. This is one of the reports that we don't need really to dwell on so much, unless a member has seen anything so serious that needs further attention, because it is purely dealing with the issues of streamlining the current law and the structures in the ministry. So I would move that unless there's any serious issue you have seen, we move on to the next step. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable. Can we move to the next stage? Honorable members, I put a question that the Traffic and Road Safety Bill, Amendment Bill, be read for the second time. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. Question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with no amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the
That the
committee.
House. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I beg can I?
Report.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the committee of the whole House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading, the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Traffic and Road Safety Bill Amendment 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled.
Bill second reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled (2022) be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? The bill seconded by Alex, Basil, Irene, Mary, Noeline, the Minister of Works, Hajat Elders, Avuru, Ogwal, Ame, Rastaman, Opia, and Connie, Rose, Aru, Agava, by everybody, Amos, Enoch. Can you speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker, the value added tax amendment bill 2022 seeks to amend the value added tax act cap 349 to provide for value added tax on imported services using the businesses in making exempt supplies, used by businesses in making exempt supplies, provide for the repeal of the exemption on cotton seed cake, to exempt assistive devices for persons with disabilities, provide for an exemption for supply of airport user services charged by the Civil Aviation Authority, to provide for equal treatment of supplies of educational materials from the East African Community Partner States, and to provide for other related matters. Madam Speaker, we presented this bill to the committee, and the committee is ready to report to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise again to report on the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Value Added Amendment Bill 2022. For the record, I want to lay on table a copy of the same report. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
And the same report has a minority report. That will be presented.
Madam Speaker, we didn't get notice to that effect. To who? No, we have not. We got notices of two minority reports in writing from Honorable Chivumbi.
Members, for harmony, let's have the report read. Sereko, don't come and quarrel like you're in your home. I am saying we shall have both reports. We will have both reports. But next time you have to give the chair the minority report because it forms part of the report.
But Madam Speaker, the fact is that we've not seen the minority report. He mentioned in the passing that he may disagree with us, but he did not give us the report or the notification officially. But now this is a problem I have with Honorable Nsereko in the committee. That's how he behaves.
Honorable members, don't bring your disagreements from the committee to the House. Can you go ahead with the report? Give us a summary, and then you wait and give you a summary of your report.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for your indulgence. With that, I will skip the introduction, the object of the bill, the minister has already stated. I'll go straight to committee observations. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee identified various cross-cutting issues and made the following observation regarding the value-added tax. I'll just read the first observation. It's actually only one. The accumulation of interest and penalties accruing to delayed payment of government supplies of goods and services. The committee observed that government delays to pay for services and goods supplied. Subsequently, the supplies are charged penalties and interest on these services supplied. While meeting the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the committee was informed that the government is trying to solve this through by holding personnel liable those accounting officers who accumulate areas that are not budgeted for in the financial year running. In the first financial year in question. That notwithstanding, the committee noted that some supplies to government are subject to multi-year commitments, while resource allocations may be subject to delays during the span of the contracts. The committee therefore observed that all supplies to government should be deemed to have been paid in accordance with section 24(7) of the value added tax. The committee recommends that the value added amendment bill 2021 be amended to ensure that VAT on goods and services supplied to government is deemed to have been paid. Specific observations and recommendations. 4.2, extension of waiver on accommodation facilities. The committee observed that exemption on accommodation for tourist hotels and lodges both upcountry and within Kampala under section 19 was enacted to ensure that hotels and other accommodation facilities under the hospitality industry are given the necessary policy support to recover from the effects of COVID-19. The committee further observed that the hospitality industry has not yet fully recovered from the adverse economic shocks from COVID-19. There is therefore need to extend the waiver on VAT on accommodation for tourist hotels and lodges located both upcountry and in Kampala until 2023. The committee recommends that the second schedule, item 1, HHHA, be amended to extend non-taxation of accommodation to tourist hotels and lodges from 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2023. Clause 4, the committee observed that this is on cotton seed cake. The committee observed that the cotton seed cake is a key input in the poultry sector. For example, for poultry feed, 8 to 10% of the feed is cotton seed cake, which is 15% of the cost of feeds. Putting 18% VAT means that the feeds will increase in price by 18%. The committee therefore recommends that clause 4 of the value added tax amendment bill 2022 be moved to the third schedule of the VAT Act to benefit from zero rating. Clause 5, amendment of the third schedule of the VAT Act exemption on education materials in East African communities. The committee observed that clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend the third schedule of the VAT Act to exempt educational material supplies from East African community member states. The committee is cognizant of the fact that Uganda is a signatory to the Florence Agreement that compels government not to impose any taxes, internal or external, on educational materials. The goal of the agreement is to promote education by making educational materials affordable. The committee, however, observed that owing to 2-year school closure in Uganda as opposed to other East African partner states, the paper sector in Uganda had restricted business activity in that period, leading to financial losses that are not yet recouped in the current financial year. The committee therefore supports the proposal, but recommends that a transitional period of at least 1 year to allow the paper industry to recover. Recommendation. The committee recommends that clause 5A of the VAT Amendment Bill 2022 be deleted. Clause 4.5, VAT rate for domestic electricity consumers. Madam Speaker, this follows the law that we recently passed on the electricity bill. The committee observed that the report of the Committee on Natural Resources on Electricity Amendment Bill 2021 noted the importance of varying the VAT rate paid on electricity sales for domestic consumers. The Committee on Natural Resources noted that Kenya in 2020 lowered the tax tariff when the VAT rate paid on electricity sales from 16% to 14%, leading to a surge in demand for electricity. The committee further noted that in 2020, the domestic consumers through YACA bought electricity units worth 466 billion and topped it up with VAT payments of 85.6 billion. The lowering of the VAT paid on electricity from payments of Uganda shillings 85.6 from 8% to 10% for domestic consumers, I beg your pardon, would have resulted into government losing 47.7 billion, leading to a revenue loss of Uganda shillings 38.1 billion. The committee further observed that this policy measure would only affect domestic consumers who contribute 29% of all sector revenues. Leaving 71% of the electricity sold would still have a VAT rate of 18%. The combined effect would, instead of 289 billion, which EALA collected in VAT on electricity sales would have been Uganda shillings 250.9 billion. The report noted that this policy, when combined with other sector efficiency measures, would clear deemed power in the system, further saving hundreds of billions that the taxpayer will be paying after commissioning of Karuma Dam later this year. The report of the Committee of Natural Resources took cognizance of the government electricity connection policy aimed at accelerating access to clean energy. The policy provides for free connection materials after the beneficiary's undertaking of house wiring and payment for the survey and testing of the installation. However, the funding of this policy has not been consistent, resulting in delayed connection. The committee observed further that the customers have therefore since resorted to self-financing. However, the committee notes that the reflective cost of a self-financed new connection is prohibitive, currently at about 728.83 for a non-pole connection, and Uganda shillings 2,741,188 for a one-pole connection inclusive of VAT. This high cost of new connections is an impediment to the government initiative for accelerating access to clean energy. The committee observed that the removal of the VAT on the reflective cost of new connections will reduce the above cost to about 610 Uganda shillings for a no-pole and about 2,323,000 for a one-pole connection, hence contributing to affordability reduction in the cost reflective new connection in line with the government policy for electricity connection. The removal of VAT will support customer-funded connection in circumstances where the government has not been able to provide funds to support the free connection policy. The committee therefore recommends that the VAT be zero rated for the cost of new connections for domestic consumers, no pole and one pole to support accelerated access to clean energy. Madam Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you, Chair, for the report. Honorable Nsereko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we apologize for the delay for uploading these reports. It's because of the actual delay caused by our team in the IT system. However, I would like to categorically state for the record of this House that I notified members that I shall be presenting a minority report on the value added tax amendment bill 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief to the point of dissent as to where my honorable colleagues found it important to exempt, because we are drawing comparisons, to exempt VAT on lodges and hotels as compared to VAT on the suggestion that we made on bread. In our opinion, Right Honorable Speaker, we proposed an exemption of 18% of VAT
on bread, which is an integral part of the meal for young people in this country, that would tantamount to a reduction. If a loaf was 400 grams at the cost of about 4,543, a reduction of 683 shillings. I know there is this notion of to eat cassava, but the reason we are there is to provide solutions to our people and for our people. And the only redress they can seek, Right Honorable Speaker, is from this August House. And the only time we have to do it is at taxation, when it's not advisory, but action. Right Honorable Speaker, to the contrary, for us, we think for every single person who enters into a lodge or a hotel, they have capability to meet the 18% tax. There is no problem of occupancy at the moment. We are that has been put forward. So if you compare the two, we think going to lodges and hotels is more luxurious than our young people having a loaf of bread at home. So we can't be the same country to insensitively tell our people that if they cannot try bread, they can try something else, but have exemption for luxurious people who go to hotels to enjoy nights out and sleep out. So this is comparative. In my opinion, if we included VAT on taxes on hotels and lodges, we would get much more money in form of tax collection than what we have exempted on bread. Therefore, one will offset the other. This does not in any way hurt our tourism industry, because in every country we pay VAT. By the time you book for a holiday, for our tourism, VAT that is added on lodging facilities does not deter them from making Uganda their choice of destination. Right Honorable Speaker, we also proposed an exemption of VAT of 18% from computers and computer accessories. Right Honorable Speaker, we are in a time of technological transformation and digital transformation. The world is on a roller coaster of transforming into a global technological center. With our low digital literacy levels and with our poor infrastructure, computers are the basic tools for people to learn or to be digitally connected. Laptops, computers, Kindles for children. The computer economy.
Summarize.
Yes, I am. The computer economy, Right Honorable Speaker, as the President said, accounts for our third most integral part in our National Development Plan and the NDP3. After agriculture and industrialization, our concentration is on ICT. The basic tool, whether for studying or working digitally, is the computer. Few Ugandans can afford a brand new computer that can be used for software engineering, programming, or coding. The world is in a shortage of over 3 million programmers, software engineers, and coders. But Uganda cannot help cover up that gap if the basic tool of learning, the computer, cannot be accessed by most of our young people or even being affordable by our parents. Therefore, we advocate for a zero tax on computers, laptops, GPUs, what we call computer of 5 years and above. This will make them affordable, accessible, and usable to our people. For the people who are seated in this August House, if we want to curb the issue of unemployment, let's get people to start their own jobs, to work remotely. A teacher may not be able to be employed by this government, but can perform tutorials remotely for children of other countries and even earn more and not yield pressure on this government for salary increment. The only basic tool that they have is the computer. So we cannot sit in this August House and create waivers for lodges and hotels and leave out the basic tool, which is the computer, laptops, projectors, and other Kindles.
Thank you.
Therefore, our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, is to amend the value-added tax amendment, to make our proposed amendments are to amend the value-added tax amendment bill to exempt computers and computer accessories of 5 years. And I would be proud, I would be happy if this August House joined me and joined the country. No, the ones that are 5 years old, because it's what we can afford. The newer the computer with the greater software, the more expensive it is, and it's known. So for at least 5 years, then for sure we can capture a number of, because now it's becoming mandatory for a child to enter with a laptop in university. How many parents can afford a new laptop of over $2,000 if they cannot even afford tuition that is basic? Therefore, our view is to amend the third schedule of the Value-Added Tax Act by insertion of section 118 in the by amending the second schedule of the VAT tax to include section 1A I, where we would introduce clearly an amendment to state that one, bread be exempt of VAT. Then the one for computers is by amending the schedule itself, and I'll clearly earmark to introduce the zero VAT payment exemption on VAT and withholding tax, which will come in the Income Tax Act, and withholding tax to computers that are 5 years of age, from 5 years of manufacture. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the minority report.
Right Honorable Speaker, those who signed, because it's by law that I have to state clearly that the dissenting opinion was not mine alone. We have Honorable Nabukera Hanifa, woman MP Mukono District. We have Honorable Muanga Chivumbi, representative of the people of Butambala, and we have Honorable Masaba Karim, the people's representative of Mbale Industrial Division, and myself. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Those are all city people. They are all city people. Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Kilak South County, Amuru District, represented by Honorable Olanya and Honorable Akelo Lose. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you. While here, feel at home. Honorable, and I want this to be put correct, that the money that is paid, that the exemption on hotels is for tourists, not for everybody. If I had it right. Chair, did I hear it right?
I'm surprised that Honorable Nsereko, representing the people of Kampala, has trivialized the issue of exemption of hotels and lodges, which are struggling at the moment from COVID. And actually, we are trying to see how best this industry can be supported, because they are struggling from COVID. And this was generally accepted in the committee.
Honorable,
take it easy. And this was generally accepted in the committee.
It's okay.
But unfortunately, it did not attend the meeting.
It's okay. Silvani.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker,
I stand to support the committee report, but agree that we add on the amendments that are being proposed by the Honorable Nsereko in the minority report. For one reason, that while the hotel industry suffered so much during COVID, these people were not working for the last 2-3 years and there was no business. I think exempting VAT will attract more people to go to these hotels and will increase their business potential. Right, Honorable Speaker, we should not only talk about tourists, external tourists, because we shall discourage internal tourism. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have some of us and other Ugandans who go to these hotels to do tourism, who go to Maction Falls, who go everywhere and do internal tourism to support the industry, right, Honorable Speaker. So when we are talking about tourism, right, Honorable Speaker, we should talk about both internal and external, and this should all be exempt. But Honorable Speaker, I really seek the indulgence of this House that we concede to the Honorable Nsereko's proposal of waiving 18% taxes on computers, especially because all our toddlers and children need the computers to be in school. And these days, admission at university, they ask parents for a laptop, for a computer, and we are moving in the computer technology and the information technology level. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I beg that we support the majority report, but add on the Honorable Nsereko's amendment on the minority report so that they move one and they move together. I beg to submit.
Koni Galwango.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's good to promote investors, but when we look at the local person, how many can afford going to those hotels? I thought we would look at those other goods also that are more cross-cutting. Yes, hotels are cross-cutting, but there are those goods that affect the local person more, where the taxes are very high, and we've not looked at them. Instead of waiving the tax, we would lower it, other than saying that we are removing it completely. Because not all these other local people are the owners of those hotels. People who own those hotels are people who can even manage to pay these taxes. We would rather waive, maybe we just reduce on the tax other than completely waiving it. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe
Honorable Koni, I really agree with you. And I get surprised. Tomorrow we are bringing expenditure. We want money. But when I see a committee waiving off taxes, where are you going to get money for or funding the budget you're bringing tomorrow? Where? You have a budget that you're going to do supply tomorrow, and you're waiving off everything. Where are you going to get the money? Huh? No, I want to understand this first from the chair of the committee.
Can I volunteer? Chair, in this budget, if we go through all the bills, that's a question we grappled with at a committee stage. When you go through all the bills, we are doing a lot of waiving, but we are resisting exemptions. Where we are resisting exemptions on tax by government, we are yielding billions of shillings to enforce the revenue side. So on the total balance, the committee report will actually have a surplus from what was proposed. As we go through bill by bill, we are going to realize we've done a lot of resisting exemptions. For example, I don't want to debate in my anticipation. When you look at what we are going to do here on Ujagali, in one go, we shall yield over 400 billion. Trillion, because it's $300 million. So we are going to have, so, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to comfort you that as we recover from COVID, we have taken care of the revenue side in the committee stage.
And then the expenditure side?
Right Honorable Speaker, I both sit on the budget committee and on finance. I can't debate in anticipation on what shall be in budget, but what can be discerned from what we have done in the Committee of Finance.
So thank you very much, Honorable Chivumbi, for giving way, and Madam Speaker. What we are doing now is we are trying to look for the revenue side.
Yes.
The moment we get the revenue, it will determine the expenditure. Because when you have lower revenue, you will have lower expenditure. That's why the tax bills are coming before the passing of the budget. And Madam Speaker, don't get worried. Both the income and the expenditure has loopholes, like also in the expenditure, there's where there's air. So that one will be dealt with so that it can match the revenue side. And as Honorable Chivumbi has just raised, Madam Speaker, you will notice that where you are moving your exemptions, the money you're going to generate, you cannot believe. I'll give, I just mentioned Bujagari. In fact, Bujagari, every year we are going to generate not less than $600 million. How much is that in Uganda currency? So, Madam Speaker, you want you to sit comfortably that we have taken care of this.
We're in charge.
Honorable members, can I hear from the Minister of Finance? Can I hear from the Minister of Finance?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to observe that these reports we have just started to consider is the process of considering the budget. Whereas the objective of these bills may be to streamline how businesses are done, how to create an enabling environment for businesses to function, but also we have to be cognizant that we use revenue bills to generate money to finance the budget. Madam Speaker, my biggest concern on the VAT, when I look at the general proposals brought by the committee in total disregard of our consent, are all aimed at reducing revenue. And the moment this happens, it means tomorrow I will have to come here and propose a reduction. Madam Speaker, my prayer is that as Parliament considers these bills, let's factor in the idea that on the other side, which Honorable Siag is considering, we will be requesting the chairperson of the budget committee, we will be requesting government to spend on various things. There is already a predetermined resource envelope of about 25 trillion, which must be financed by the proposals we are making today. Therefore, Madam Chair, my view, I want to appeal to you and the House that you really give us this revenue so that we are able to finance the budget. I beg to move.
Katesh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the work of the committee and the recommendations, but specifically, I want to contribute on two recommendations And the first one is where the committee has recommended that the value added tax amendment bill be amended to ensure that VAT on goods and services supplied to government is deemed to have been paid. Madam Speaker and members, this is a very dangerous recommendation. It is going to erode the revenue base. While I acknowledge that we have been dealing with the problem of areas by government, where people supply government and they are not paid, and they are forced to go and borrow money to pay VAT, I think that this amendment should restrict itself on interest and penalties accruing, but not the VAT. So I would like to propose that that amendment be adjusted to only capture the interest and penalties accruing, that if you have supplied government and you have not been paid for some time, the interest and penalties that URA computes should be deemed to have been paid, but you should pay the VAT.
Yes.
If we leave it like this, we are eroding the tax bill, the tax base. Madam Speaker, I want to go to.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for giving way, Honorable Katash, and Madam Speaker. In short, what you are raising, you are saying you're not going to apply accrual. You want to apply cash what? Basis.
Cash basis.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
It would be better that the clarification I'm seeking, you move the amendment that for government supplies, we should do it on cash what? Basis. It's when I pay, you pay me is when I do what? The accountability. Because if you say VAT should be only and the penalty and interest only, there will be a complication. Why? I can get money and I say this is my VAT outstanding, yet maybe it is not all government and I compute that all this interest should not be there. But if it's for accountability for purpose filing my return at the end of the month on a cash basis, it will solve the problem. I hope, and I think the Attorney General is aware of this.
Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Katesh, for the time. Actually, what you're proposing was the spirit of what the amendment is about. We are not saying they shouldn't pay the VAT, but they should be exempted the penalties and the interest that accrue once the delays are made by government payment. So we are in line with you. That was the spirit of the amendment.
That's not how it was presented.
I think it could have been stated wrongly, but that was the spirit of the amendment.
That is not how it was presented.
I'm responding to the recommendation of the committee. But what I would like to say is that, Honorable Nandara, you are right, because we are looking at what treatment do we give to this problem. So if the treatment is going to be cash basis, I think it is okay. As I don't think the minister has a problem with accepting that recommendation. I need to go to the second clause, which is clause 5. Madam Speaker.
Why don't we look at that at committee level? Clause by clause. Yes, Solomon. I mean, Silo.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is actually at this moment that we now enjoy the goodness of being in the house. At this time, we get to know that it's very important to be sober. Yes, at this moment, we must be able to stand with the people, but also stand with the ministry, because we must be responsible as citizens, but also representatives of the people. We need revenue. At the same time, we need to serve the people. My opinion is that we go to the second stage, the committee stage, but carefully deal with these matters with calmness. While trying to accommodate each person's opinion. That will be helping us to make a proper way forward. With that, Madam Speaker, I therefore would love to move that we do not waste a lot of time or a debate, but go to committee stage, we consider these matters,
provision by provision in a calm manner. I beg to move.
Honorable members,
If it is full, you say that the corridor there. If their place is full, they say that the corridor.
honorable members, what is very important are the clauses. That you go and analyze the clauses very critically, where you're going to accommodate what Honorable Kampala said, and then what this side said. And I tend to agree with the Honorable Silas that let's go to the second, let's go to the what? To the second reading, we look at clause by clause critically. Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I respectfully agree with that. If when we reach that stage, we are going to have extensive debate, because at this stage we are debating the principles that underline this tax revenue, the principles. If we understand the principles at this stage, it would make it easier for us to process the clauses. So if we go to that stage and we have assurance from you that we'll have extensive debate on it, then I have no problem. Otherwise, this would be the moment where we have opportunity to discuss.
You'll have the time to debate on it.
Okay.
Honorable members, I put a question that the value-added tax amendment bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The value-added tax amendment bill 2022, bills committee stage. Clause 1.
Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, no. Those in favor say unto the contrary, no. The ayes have it. New clause. There is a new clause.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee would like to amend by putting an insertion on a new clause as follows. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 2 the following: amendment of section 24 of the Principal Act. Section 24 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 7 by substituting for the phrase contractor the word supplier. The justification, Right Honorable Speaker, for ease of administration of the tax and to remove the unfair treatment of suppliers in regard to payment of interest on unpaid VAT that arises from delay in payment by government ministries and departments. I beg to move.
Right, Honorable Chair, we have no objection.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I strongly object to this proposal on the following grounds. Let me bring a background. Madam Chair, the proposal proposes to introduce deemed VAT payable by suppliers to government. The implications of this if passed, Madam Chair, is that it will cause distortion in the VAT law, especially on supplies where the total budget for the MDS includes VAT. Madam Chair, I know currently the government is struggling with administration of the deemed VAT provisions which already exist, especially under donor-funded projects. The issue that the suppliers have is the interest that accrues as a result of late payment. And we can work out the way of waiving this interest with EALA without necessarily bringing this proposal. Right, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Katesh.
Madam Speaker, I think I support the minister. I think we make this problem once and for all.
Honorable Minister, do you agree with that?
Madam Chair, I agree.
Can you redraft how it is supposed to be?
Madam Chair, the problem I have, if we are going to go into the standards of accounting and in the law, start inserting issues like cash-based accruals, those are administrative, those can be dealt with administratively. We cannot sit here and start delving into the merits of the account.
No. Yes.
Just before Honorable Nandala comes on board, you see, this is a matter which has a financial implication.
Yes.
This House has the powers to take a decision. Our issue is, can we exempt the issues of penalizing suppliers at the time the money stands unpaid by government? So that's a simple thing, but not to say that it's what administrative. Let us let the drafters draft to the extent that for the period the money stands unpaid, you exempt the suppliers from the penalties, the interest to be paid. Simple as that. We first continue to the next.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nandala, can you redraft the way it's supposed to be?
Yes, we're going to help. Madam Chair, the minister says they will find a way to waive. There is a procedure how to waive penalties and interest. And the Commissioner General has a discretion, there's a limit. The Minister of Finance has a limit, and that's why it must be done in the law. And since we all have agreed, first of all, we're going to maintain 7 as it is. Then we can maybe put 7A. 7A, that's it is a clause already 7, to say all supplies for goods and services to government shall be accounted for on cash basis. The justification is that when you are paid is when you account for VAT. And this will solve the problem of interest and a penalty.
Agreed.
Honorable Nandala, which clause is that?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, under section 24 of the VAT of the Principal Act.
Of the Principal Act.
It says calculation of tax payable on taxable transaction. Now, if you go in clause 7, it talks for purpose of this section, the tax payable on a taxable supply made to a government ministry, department, agency by a contractor executing an aided funded project is deemed to have been paid by that ministry, department, or agency if the supply is for use solely and exclusively for the aid funded project. So that's now we can leave that. Now the next one we're putting say 7A, we're saying all supplies.
No, don't first go to 7. Now this is a new clause.
We can put a clause, a new clause.
Now the new clause after clause 2 is what was being suggested by the committee. So we can reframe the new clause the way you're saying it.
No, it will be a sub clause under section 24.
Yes.
So we
The
can
Principal
say
Act.
we start a new subclause in section 24 of the Principal Act.
Yes.
To government, ministry, department, or agency by a supply of goods and services shall be accounted for on cash basis. You account when you have got the money.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Madam
Yeah,
Chair,
yeah.
what we are dealing with can be addressed under section 26 of the VAT Act, which deals with cash basis of accounting. And I would like to propose as follows. Section 26(1). This section applies to a taxable person with an annual value that does not exceed 500 million, or B, supplies goods or services to government.
Honorable Minister, I am asking you, how do we handle the new clause? Do we delete the new clause?
Madam Chair, the new clause we delete and replace it with my proposal.
Of section 36. I mean section 26.
26, yes.
Madam Chair, my concern was, according to the committee's report, they are saying deemed to have been paid. And the suggestion from Honorable Nandala should be exactly replacing that word proposal. Because I think Honorable Katesh had a problem with that particular provision. So that's where the issue is. Replace that deemed to have been paid with the new insertion.
What Honorable Cyrus is raising, what we're trying to cure, that until I've been paid by government, there's no way URA should demand VAT from me. That's what we're trying to do.
Yes.
So now, if you're not demanding from me, there's no interest or penalty to be computed.
Yes.
And what we are saying, we had wanted to put that where near government donated, government aided projects, but now I've said no. But we have a section which deals with cash basis.
That's
so
section 26.
Section
of the
26.
Principal Act.
Where we have moved is the right place.
It becomes an insertion.
It's okay. That's good. It's good.
So we are deleting what is there and bring the section 26, which is in the Principal Act, as a new clause. Yes.
Madam Chairperson, we are not deleting section 26. We are deleting what is in the proposed, what is in the insertion. Does the chair agree with me?
Chair, do you agree?
Madam Chair, I concede.
Honorable members, I put a question that a new clause be inserted immediately after clause 2 as proposed by Honorable Musasisi. Those in favor say at the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
I put a question that the new clause forms part of the bill. Those in favor say at the contrary, nay. Aye. It's a new clause.
No, Madam Chair. It's not a new clause. The clause now will be 26.
Yes.
Under it, we're putting sub-clauses.
Nathan Nandala Mafavi of Budadiri. It's a new clause in our bill, in the amendment.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, Chair.
Chair, Clause 4, amendment of the second schedule to the Principal Act. Clause 4 is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph D the following. By substituting for paragraph HHA the following. The supply of accommodation in tourist lodges and hotels inside a radius of 50 kilometers from the boundaries of Kampala from 1st July 2022 to 31st June 2023. Justification. The proposed amendment has the effect of rendering the prices of accommodation in tourist lodges and hotels inside a radius of 50 kilometers affordable. I beg to move, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, looking at the reasoning of the committee, Madam Chair, of 50 kilometer radius. Madam Chair, in the main report, the committee presented, and I thought there were many hotels covering the whole country. 50 kilometers radius of Kampala, Madam Chair. I think this is not all that very serious. You know, Madam Chair, this COVID-19 pandemic, let me finish first. COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Chair, affected hotels across the country. If you are talking of 50 kilometers radius, it means we are meaning the hotels around Kampala. What about the hotels in the eastern Uganda, northern Uganda, and western Uganda? Madam Chair, it connects information, that's right.
By the way, if you're talking about the tourist lodges, most of them are not in Kampala. They're in Chove, they're in Elgon, in Bugisu, in Fort Porto, tourist city. They are not in Kampala.
Madam Speaker, at the moment, all hotel accommodation outside Kampala has an exemption, and that's indefinite. Now, what we are proposing for the one within the radius of 50 kilometers from Kampala is intended for the urban areas, within the urban area of Kampala and the neighborhood. That one has no exemption at the moment. And what we are proposing it for 1 year, just to support them as they recover.
Information, Chair. Information.
But even the other ones who had an exemption, you also need more assistance.
Information.
Are you going to support them also?
No, the ones outside the Kampala already have an exemption.
Information.
It's in the Principal Act.
Information.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the current the Principal Act had made an intervention sometime last year. That is under schedule schedule 2, triple HA. They had said the supply of accommodation in tourist lodges and hotels inside a radius of 50 kilometers, and they had given them an exemption from 1st July 2020 to 30th June 2021. This exemption expired. They are now, we want to exempt them for 1 more year to allow them to recover from COVID. Then thereafter, the exemption will not exist anymore, and then it will continue for those that are upcountry, because the Kampala hotels are not entirely for tourism purposes. We looked at the upcountry hotels to be the ones under tourism business. So that was the purpose.
You are saying it is for the Kampala hotels.
Oh, they are only exempting Kampala hotels for this COVID-19.
My assumption is Nathan.
That's what the law is saying.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under the Principal Madam Chair, under the Principal Act, HHH, the supply of accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges located up country are exempt. Now, the ones here, HHA, which I would have loved the Minister of Finance, Honorable Musasi himself was the chair, that they were introduced during COVID time. They were not there initially, so they were given up to 2021. The exemption around Kampala was from 1st July 2020 to 30th June 2021, as Enos has raised it. But now when the committee, the tourist board and hotels came, they said, yes, it's true, we are benefited from 1 year, it has expired in 2021, but the situation has not improved. So it was in the wisdom of the committee that they should be added now from 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2023. This one does not include hotels up country like Chobe, Margarita, Guru Inn, Soroto Hotel, Mount Elgon, etc. Busia White Horse, Bubolo Resort, Kabale Horse.
Honorable Dur.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this proposal violates actually the principle of taxation. It's very discriminative.
Yes.
By that time when it was proposed, the country was under lockdown. And the entire purpose was they are suffering, they ought to have been supported. But now the economy has been open. We have people who are in transport sector, they are suffering. You cannot justify. Schools are suffering. Every other sector is suffering at the moment. And this house, just last week, I think Honorable Katesh and a few others had brought a proposal here that we need to have a policy that will drive every exemption that is granted out to this country. We have not yet resolved that matter.
Everybody.
Yes, yes. So on this basis, I think this committee, the proposal by the
Information, Madam
committee-
Chair. Information to that effect.
Thank you, Madam Co.
Question from.
I thought you had finished. Honorable Minister, what is your say?
Madam Chairperson, I am strongly opposed to this proposal on a number of grounds, but most importantly, save the committee of the whole house time, let me just say that if this house passes this proposal, you will literally have donated the government revenue. This is what you have benefited from granting this. This is one source where government can really get money to run
Honorable
its
Chair.
activities.
Chair.
Madam Chair, having listened to members' views and the minister, I want to concede that truly we need revenue for this country for the next 1 year. So we leave the clause as it was.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5. Madam Chair, on that we still have an amendment. You told us to wait on the second schedule.
You can introduce another amendment.
Thank you.
Must you amend what was there?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the report, I propose the removal of VAT on bread. Madam Chair, my proposal is to introduce paragraph N. NNN to introduce an amendment that bread and that VAT be exempt and even on custom be exempt on bread and bread input. I beg to move.
Honorable Nandala, bread. Bread.
Why is bread not soap?
Honorable
Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, at this time when we are thinking about the increase in the commodity prices, we must be able to look at those that go into our stomach first. And therefore, I stand with the proposal from the Honorable Kampala Central that VAT must be dropped so that people can be able to afford something, at least for now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Chair, Madam.
Saba Christo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that we are having a regressive tax system which favors mainly the big boys, but which works against production. For example, because our aim here is to widen the tax base, okay? But people are able to produce more. Now, the problem is that, for example, we would do so well as a country and we would proceed well if, I will give an example of some of the best exports we have in Uganda, which is the gold, which does not really reflect much in the tax revenue of this country. That is one. If we are to get VAT less on gold instead of things like which are very important in life, like water, soap, and some of these things, we would be doing better. And then secondly, some of these tax exemptions are targeting the small players to kill them out and favor the big boys. The big boys are normally favored. So you will find that even here, why it is segregative, that it is only in Kampala, because in Kampala, that's where we have very big hotels. And then someone who is starting with a small, you said, a small lodging facility somewhere is pressed out and cannot really progress. So
thank you, Saba Christo. Paul? Yeah, a member of the committee, so.
Madam Chair.
Is that a member?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Non-members are now this side like Katesh. Katesh is a non-member.
Members, Madam Speaker and members, I want to appreciate the spirit under which the Honorable Sereko is bringing this cross. However, it is counter and will not yield the benefits you are looking for. Why? Bread, unlike other products, all the bread that is consumed is actually made here. And all the inputs that go into making bread, wheat and cooking oil and others, you actually have VAT. So if someone who is making bread, if you tell him that he does not claim the input VAT, then you are actually making the final product more expensive. So I want to propose, Honorable Member, that the minister should look at other ways, but we do not tamper with this provision. We are not going to achieve the results you are looking for, because all the inputs
are imported and we actually pay VAT at importation. And if you say you are going to exempt the output VAT, then you'll have a problem with the input.
Thank you. Honorable members,
Madam Chair, can I respond?
you want to respond on that?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, but I moved the proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair. I can see my honorable colleague, Honorable Mara. He says I'm a member of the committee, yes, but who moved this proposal? So the question is that, as has been presented by Honorable Kate Shumba, that on bread,
That's the out.
that he's saying that they would not be able to claim. You're actually not right. The reality is, the proposal I gave is very clear, that it will bring a reduction of 640. I said on bread and bread input. Now, let's go slowly. Now, if I exempt the inputs that you use from VAT, that means the cost of production at source then drops. Then when it goes down, definitely the cost of the final good goes down automatically. And that is the issue we are coming in for, so that in case, instead of carrying it on to the final consumer, it is offset and the price drops. And the question is,
So you're saying we should even remove VAT on cooking oil, sugar, yeast,
listen,
wheat flour? I'm just asking, I want the clarification.
Okay, yes, Right Honorable Speaker, for as long as it is declared as an input for the production of bread, then so be it. Because I remember when we were debating processed milk, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were debating processed milk here, the question that arose was as to whether removal of VAT on processed milk will lower the price of milk. And I can show you here.
Honorable Kampala,
Just a
the
second.
administration of that tax will not be easy. That's one thing.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I know there is a big battle on this issue, but let's use what I'm exactly saying here. In this schedule, when we are debating in Triple J, we are debating the issue of exemption of milk. Processed what? Milk. I remember that question arose. The very same people here saying that bread would not go down. We are very happy to say, will you exempt every input on processed milk? They say, bread, they come and say, no, there are very many inputs.
Can I ask something?
If this very same government, Right Honorable Speaker, can exempt things like sweets, chocolate, chewing gum, and I can show you, if you ask us where the tax is, we shall exactly show you where they have exempted. Give us the chance to show you. Exactly. Move to this very same schedule.
Honorable members, as I say, let's debate with all the communists.
Yes.
Amero is going to say how many people in Amuria eat bread.
You're asking how many people in Amuria?
I am saying.
Okay.
Can you first sit down? Amero will tell you that why don't you bring a tax exemption on salt, on sugar, on soap? How many, for me, I will also debate for my people of Bukedea. How many people in Bukedea eat bread in a day?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, there is no reason for me to disagree with you. The reason we have this very platform is to represent the views of our people. And you've exactly said it. When it came to cotton seed, we agreed because it's an input for production somewhere. This is the time for everyone to present a proposal. If you think salt is where there is leverage, Why not? But I can tell you already, I think salt is exempt. So if you think it's sugar or soap, then let's address the inputs of soap. We are here on the floor of parliament asking government to present the very same thing. They
Okay.
did not present it.
We've
had
We
your case.
presented ours.
We have had your case. Can I have Port Potter?
Madam Chair,
Kamli?
I think the crisis we are faced with is enormous because all the prices actually have gone high, and we need a holistic solution. Maybe we do not have serious economists who are really trying to address the economy, how the economy can be able to be resuscitated, because as we speak, businesses are doing badly. Now, what criteria are we going to follow by being selective on different products? What type of data have we collected, Madam Chair, to convince us that the bread as a product is the priority to be exempted? So this is going to open a Pandora box, because all of us, as we go back to our constituents, they will be asking, why didn't you deal with soap as you had put it? So I think we need the committee to do more homework on these matters that make sense, financial sense for the economy. We cannot address that at this point because it will be.
We are in a committee of the whole house. We are in a committee of the whole house, and we'll either reject or accept it. Kamuli?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to say that I'm in disagreement with my brother, the Honorable Sereko. The issue of prices needs a comprehensive strategy, not just a mere selection of a few items, and we say we should exempt this. Right, Honorable Speaker, we all understand, just like my brothers just said it, almost every item, beginning with the fuel. In my view, if we were to look at a product that we can begin with exemption of VAT or taxes, it should be fuel, because fuel has got a multiplier effect on the rest of other commodities. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, until this House to do with reduction of prices, that's when we shall say, fine, let's sit down and look at the best way we can handle this. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe before I say, let me say this, that one of the strategies of the minister, Honorable Minister, the issue of prices, if we are keenly looking at it and we want to solve a problem, let's try to open up the border for 1 month and we see how prices will go down. Minus even looking at exemptions, that problem will be solved. I thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, thank you. The minister is asking me which borders are closed. Of course, there are trade embargoes on importation of certain goods here. If we opened up that, or let us allow importation of every product here, prices of goods will go down. Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair.
Are we still talking on bread?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Now,
Chair.
honorable members, I want to put a question. And I am putting a question on
Michael's proposal that we exempt taxes on bread and its ingredients. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The nays have it.
Clause 5. Clause 5.
No, there is still
Right,
an
Honorable
amendment.
Speaker, there is still another amendment.
There is still an amendment.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I can see Honorable Wunda excited
Can you put
that he
your
has
amendment?
voted no against bread. But I would like to congratulate him.
Honorable, can you put your water on computers?
Right. Right, Honorable Speaker. My second amendment in the second schedule is regarding the supply of new computers and to the effect of the amendment of the second schedule of exempt supplies. Part 1, Roman paragraph TA, sorry, paragraph V, which states the supply and computer parts and accessories. The issue here we are including, honorable colleagues, is the issue of 5 years, because this is for only new ones. In this case, you all know the price of a new computer. At the moment, goes for about 1,000. So for young people who want to start early programming, software engineering, and the others, this is rather expensive. I would like the exemption to be extended to computers, printers, and desktops of up to 5 years as presented
Thank you, Right Honorable
in the
Chair.
report.
Chair, I have heard the Honorable Nsereko quoting the price of a computer at about $1,500.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Nsereko is one of those who was here supporting the tenants against speaking rent in dollars. So why are we not proud of our shillings?
Oh,
So, Right Honorable Speaker, is the Honorable Nsereko in order to speak in dollars when we are here in Uganda and in this parliament? Is he in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
No, he didn't mean dollars. He wanted to say Uganda shillings.
Thank you, Right Honorable. So thank you, the Honorable Pendi. Indeed, who am I not to be proud of the shilling? I support that, and the estimation comes to about 5 million plus for everyone to understand, for our people to understand way down there. Honorable colleagues, like I said, in the next few years, the whole world will be digitally connected. If you told people 30 years ago that over 5 billion people would be connected on the internet today, few would accept. With the fast growth in the infrastructure development of technology, if our children of this generation are left aback, then for sure we shall lose a lot. The region has embraced this. I would like to urge you, honorable members, to support me in this matter so that we can boost technological growth, so that we can boost digital transformation for our country that will in turn broaden the tax base. And I can tell you, people are now working remotely by only that single gadget. Others are doing remote learning. They can study even when they cannot afford universities here. They can study remotely, etc., etc. I can hear Honorable Algon saying he has given me 100% stamp. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, why don't you put a question at this
Thank
note?
you, Honorable Minister. Let him consider and I put a question. Yes.
Amos, you have something to say?
Madam Chair.
Honorable Martin, I thought the speaker gave me an opportunity. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to share information that currently computers are exempted from import duty, which would otherwise be 25%. So for us to have an extra exemption of VAT 18% would be too much. Yet we are grappling with revenue to finance. So for now, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that we maintain the exemption of import duty, but we don't add VAT.
Information.
Thank
you very
Honorable
much.
members.
Chair, I'm trying to give him information. We are not introducing it because you check the second schedule, section 19, computers are already exempt. But what we want to do, the new computers, we want to include computers which are at least 5 years from when they were manufactured. Because it's there, because not many people can.
Minister, honorable members, can we first hear from the owner of the money?
Madam Chair, first of all, is 5 years. So if you are
So where are we putting an exemption? It is not about the passport.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Soroko, can you listen?
Last year, in November, I attempted to import all computers, but it was denied. It is not allowed for you to bring all computers. They don't want it. They refused for me not to bring all computers. And yet I was supposed to bring it here for the school's purposes, all computers. So it is like what we are trying to propose. You want to open windows for all computers to be brought in the country. This is not allowed. The position now, it is not allowed. All computers are not allowed, but new computers, it is exempted. You can bring new computers without paying taxes.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members.
what the Honorable is saying is not wrong. That is what I read. But you see, anyone who is dealing with technology, the affordability of a P7 child, I'm telling you in a family, who want to be a future programmer, cannot afford a new computer. You may not understand, but you will see it. A computer of 5 years, if you drive old cars, who are you to say that?
Order, point of order.
Cars of 10 years and you talk about the computer.
Order.
Members, honorable members. Honorable members. Mr. Reko, can you leave me to manage the house? The tolerance reaches somewhere. Debate with the soberness. Don't bring emotions into these things. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to put a question. And if people are saying Uganda should not be a dumping ground, it shouldn't be. Folks, you had something to say?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have stated it all. A 5-year-old computer is only destined to dumping. It's due for destruction. And the problem is this: the cost of destroying computers is enormous.
they are an environmental hazard. And this country cannot afford to meet the cost of destroying those computers. I thank you.
Kimosho.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to support the proposal by Honourable Sereko for one reason. During the COVID time, this country was paralyzed. Our children were at home, and for the low-income earners could not afford even a computer for their children to learn from home, Right Honourable Speaker. It is only that we can think about that low class of people that we can put for them a consideration for the affordable computers, that in future, for what happened before to this country, if it reoccurs again, we are able and they are able to benefit from the arrangement that we put there.
Honorable members.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish you could legislate in a way that you bring in, say, assembling plants in Uganda that can be exempted from paying taxes, that will be able to attract a lot of money. That is the kind of thing that I expect the members of 11th Parliament to do. Rose?
Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the lifespan of a computer is 2.5 years. That is when you want to avoid environmental degradation. Madam Chair, if we allow 5 years computers to be brought here, Uganda is not ready for. Madam Chair, I beg you, unless we go here and say we are going to have an assembling plan here, this country cannot allow to be a dumping ground. Thank you so much, Madam
Procedure,
Chair.
Madam Chair. Procedure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you a member of the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to express my concern that situation that is in our country today. What we are concentrated on is the high end of the people in this country. People who can afford computers of 5 million, but we are not concerned about the person who cannot afford a chapati today. I would want to propose, Honorable Katesh raised a very crucial issue in his submission when he said that when we exempt the ingredients, for instance, that's already the question was put. But now, I wish to propose, why don't we zero rate, for instance, wheat, so that the import, whatever tax, the import tax, the import VAT can be claimed. No.
Order. We are on computers, we are not on weight.
Order.
Isaiah?
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I support Honorable Sep for these reasons. If you move across the schools in Uganda, either both primary or secondary, they have introduced computer studies in those institutions. And they cut across all our constituencies. If you look at the cost of the computer right now, even on the market here, it is very high, it is very expensive. And the old computers are not compatible to some programs if they're outdated. So software to work very well, it is very good new computers. So the Honorable has a point. If we can exempt, for example, the tax on those computers, that very many of them can be imported in the country. It could be very good that even our learners in those schools, where the government is not supplying, but the parents and the schools are buying by themselves, I think they can afford and makes even learning very easy.
Thank you. Auntie Kings, then Connie. You people 1 minute.
Right Honorable Chair.
I'm also tired.
Right Honorable Chair.
I thank you for your resilience. You've been seated this morning. And I also want to echo my total support to Honorable Sereko. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I can't imagine that I have to say this, that in this 10th Parliament, 11th Parliament, that we have whether we should waive off taxes, specifically VAT on computers. It is sad what we know that globally, a second grade.
By the way, VAT is already waived on the new computers. The question is, should we allow the old computers to come in? Yes or no? That is one. Two, listen. Two, have we agreed as a country that will become a dumping ground? No. Three, why don't we have an assembly plant? If we can have Kira Moto, we give incentives to assembly plant here. I am asking.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair.
And when you look at these computers, honorable members, when you look at these computers of 5 years and above, the lifespan of these computers is limited.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair, excuse me. Madam Chair, I totally support your wisdom, but Madam Chair, we're confronted with a situation with what do we have to do right now? Because, Madam Speaker, what your beautiful proposal could serve us or help us for the future. But here we're confronted with a challenge that we have to respond to our pressing, emerging, and immediate needs. So, Madam Chair, Honorable Sereko's proposal would support the country, especially the educational system, in the immediate term. And then the computer assembly would come in the medium or in the long term. But Madam, the people that send us here must be wondering why we have to talk about computers all the time, and we're not talking about water, and we're not talking about power.
Procedure, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, honorable members, our very good constitution says we shall legislate for the good governance of a country, for development and for order. And development is a process. The fact that we have given exemption for the new computers, that could be a window for us to bring in a plant here to produce the computers. I now put a question that the amendment being brought by Honorable Nsereko on putting an exemption on computers or computers and its accessories 5 years and below. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The nays have it.
Clause 5. Madam Speaker, procedure. We would like to seek voting by hand. It is allowed for in the rules.
Clause.
Madam Speaker,
procedure, it is allowed at the time of voting. But yes, at voting when it's not clear.
Chair, procedure.
Chair. To considered on bread in unfair circumstances.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable member, the rules are that if we stand up and we decide that we do division levy.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
The chair has rules, no reverse.
Clause 5. Madam Chair, the committee seeks to amend the third schedule to the Principal Act, and clause 5 is thus amended as follows. 1, by deleting paragraph A. Then 2, by inserting immediately after paragraph A the following. By inserting immediately after paragraph E the following. EA, the supply of cotton seed cake. And 3, by inserting immediately after paragraph B the following. The supply of electrical energy to new connections for domestic consumers. Justification: the proposed amendment has the effect of rendering the cost of educational materials more costly. 2, to zero rate the supply of cotton seed, as earlier explained, so that the prices of poultry feeds can come down much lower. 3, to make electricity affordable to the end user, which will promote the protection of the environment. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I don't agree with the two proposals because of the following reasons. 1, on the cotton seed cake, the committee proposal to zero rate cotton seed cake shall create refunds which shall be burdensome to us as a government and stretch the refund budget. Madam Speaker, as a principle of VAT, an input that is exclusive Madam Chair, I was saying that I object to the proposals, and my justification is that when we zero rate cotton seed cake, we shall create refunds which shall be burdensome to both the. This will stretch our tax refunds budget. Madam Chair, I wish to state that as a principal VAT, an input that is exclusively used to produce an output should not be zero rated, but rather should be exempted. Madam, on the same principle, regarding the committee proposal to zero rate the supply of electrical energy, we object to this proposal on account of number one, the revenue loss to government shall be much more than the benefits to the final consumer. Number two, thank you, Honorable Dur. Number two, zero rating is limited to exports and a few supplies, such as educational materials, and it will be administratively difficult to manage, and also the cost of initial connection is high because of the non-tax inefficiencies, such as the contractor's fees, not necessarily VAT. Madam Chair, can I repeat? My suggestion, Madam Chair, is that Parliament rejects these proposals on grounds that one, zero rating is a bad practice because it creates pressure to government to refund the foregone taxes. And number two, on electricity, we do not think that when we reduce this, when we give this exemption, the cost of connection will go down because there are other inefficiencies brought about by contractors, not necessarily the VAT. I beg to submit, Madam Chair.
Katesh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to, on the issue of the cotton cake seed, I want zero rating it, we exempt it, because the whole primary purpose is to help the local farmer who is not even registered for VAT, who will buy without being charged VAT, and he goes and rears his chicken. So rather than zero rating it, I propose that we amend it to include, to have it exempted. But Madam Chair, on the same clause, I'd like to comment about in the EAC. First of all, the Florence Agreement being quoted, which is a UNESCO agreement, a UNESCO treaty that was established in 1950, does not necessarily exempt. It actually restricts the kind of exemption of educational materials that are exempted. Madam Speaker, what the committee is recommending is in violation of Article 75(6) of the EAC Treaty. And this article indicates that the partner states shall refrain from enacting legislation or applying administrative measures which directly or indirectly discriminate against the same or like products of other partner states. What the industry is suffering is not threats from the EAC. They are suffering from the threats of imports from India, from Dubai, from China, from Egypt. Therefore, I want to say that the recommendation by the committee should be disregarded. We maintain the way it was captured so that we are not at fault with the EAC community. If we take this trend, honorable members, we are going to be at the receiving end when we start facing non-tariff barriers while exporting our goods in the region. I beg to submit.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Oh, yeah. The title, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Motion for the resumption of the House.
Motion for resumption. Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam
We have done it. That's what we have done. We have left it as it is. We have done. The minutes are considered.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
But there was no amendment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the committee of the whole House. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act
Honorable Cecilia.
titled the
that
Value
is exempted. I even grow cotton more than you do. If you're not aware.
A bill for an act, the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and settled. Thank you. The honorable members, let's look at the two bills which do not have minority reports. That's the stamp duty and tax appeal first. Those
Amendment Bill 2022, Bill second reading.
Exercise.
Stamp duty.
Stamp duty. Stamp duty.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Silwanyi, by Bunyora Fayers, by Katesh. You, by Hope Granier, by the majority of the House, or Chan. Can you speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker, the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Stamp Duty Act of 2014 by providing for the amendment of the stamp duty rate for agreements relating to deposit of title, deeds, pawn, pledge of the total value, to provide for the amendment of the stamp duty rate for security bond or mortgage deed executed by way of security for the due execution of an office, or to account for money or other property received by virtue of security bond or mortgage deed executed by surety to secure a loan or credit facility of entry total value for trust concerning any property made by any writing, including a transfer from a holder of letters of administration or probate orders to a beneficiary, and provide for other related matters. Madam Speaker, we presented this bill to the committee and they are now ready to report back to the House.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here once again to report on the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022. With your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to skip the first bit of it and go straight to committee observations and recommendations. And that is 4.0. According to a recent study titled Costs of Tax Incentives to Uganda's Socioeconomic Landscape, tax incentives have not delivered on their expected purpose, such as providing jobs, revenue to government, and attracting investment as anticipated. The study by local and international civil societies indicated that on average, government spends at least 75 million every financial year on a range of companies that are entitled to tax holidays and exemptions on import and excise duties. The committee observed that there is need for government to assess the criteria for tax exemptions and ensure a cost-benefit analysis of the same is undertaken before more exemptions are granted. Committee recommendation. The committee therefore recommends that Clause 2, amending Item 60A F of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be. And I want to lay for the record, for the Hansard, a copy of the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Silas, there is no controversy on this. We're in agreement.
Right Honorable Speaker, much as it looks like there's no controversy, I have a comment. One, it is indeed very, very vital that when we talk about issues of exemptions, we go down and thoroughly concentrate on issues of cost-benefit analysis. And this is the level where we don't apply emotions, but we must be able to exercise reality. Therefore, people who are intending to help their country should now be holding their calculators to see what can be done to help our country. My proposal is for us to look at what we are forfeiting as a government and how much that can be able to induce economic action through the decision to exempt. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have seen there is interference from my back, and there could be some information vital. So, Honorable Odur, maybe you could first, I could benefit from that. Yeah, this is a house of people who have brains and they share. Can we share from you?
No, actually, I was seeking clarification from my brother in light of the recommendation by the committee. That is clear. Which direction is he driving this house? That's the information I wanted from him.
Honorable members, now, sincerely.
So therefore,
Honorable Odur, I expected you now to pronounce and say, can we go to committee stage? Since my member of Kumi is leading the house towards Kumi.
Madam Speaker, he was only helping me to think,
Okay.
and yet I also have a brain.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, because of that, therefore, I would love to drag this house to accept that all we need to do is to go for committee stage so that we are able to, yes.
Honorable members, we are now at the committee stage. Yes. Clerk.
Motion.
I put a question that Stamp Duty Amendments Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills committee stage. The Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022, Clause 1.
I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clause 2. Chair.
Right Honorable Chair and colleagues, you realize that all of us, or if not most of us, are representative of farmers, and we need to help farmers in this country. I want to move an insertion in form of an amendment in this form to propose for a nil stamp duty on item 48 of the Schedule 2 of the Stamp Duty Act. Item 48 relates to agricultural insurance policy, and the current stamp duty rate applicable is sh35,000. The justification is to encourage the uptake of agricultural insurance services for our farmers. So we are introducing a nil, and we are terminating the current stamp duty of 35,000 shillings, so that our agricultural farmers can partake of agricultural insurance services.
Thank you. Chair. I mean, Minister.
Madam Chair, the proposal is seeking to help our rural farmers manage the risks of weather and other things, drought and other things. Therefore, I concede.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended. It's a new clause?
Madam Chair, it is an insertion in the schedule. Yes. So unless they are, do you have any other amendment?
Clause 2 as amended.
So,
Clause 2 as amended. I put a question at clause 2 as amended. Be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
No, clause 2 as amended. Clause 2 as amended. Clerk. Clause 2 as amended.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
Yes. The title, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Report of the whole House. Ross.
Report from the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report from the committee of the whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the committee of the whole House. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read. In favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Stamp Duty Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Can we have the tax appeals?
Bill second reading, the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Tax Appeals Tribunal be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Honorable Bahati, Bunyora Affairs. Silo, Rose, Dr. Ochan, Mawanda, Loy, Honorable, the whole House. Can you speak to your bill? Your motion?
Briefly, Right Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Tax Tribunal Act, Cap 345, to provide for the increase in the number of members of the tribunal from 5 to 9 members. The committee considered the bill and they are ready to report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair.
Madam Chair, for purposes of saving time, allow me go straight to the observation. The committee considered this bill and we observed the following. The bill proposes to increase the number to 9 members, and the committee has no problem with that because the purpose is to reduce on the case backlog. Therefore, the suggested increase in number, we believe, will contribute to timely tax dispute resolutions. Our recommendation as a committee is that the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022 be passed into law. Madam Speaker, I do report. And I lay for the Hansard a copy of the Tax Appeals Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Jane. Yes, Silo.
Just one clarification from the chair of the committee on how the increase in the numbers will be able to help in reducing the amount of work, catalyzing the speed of work. How does it, can you just fight deeply?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The way boards work, that they, out of the number of 9, they're able to come up with the committees. And we, in our discussion, we thought that since there are 9, a committee could be composed of either 2 members or 3 members, such that at any one time, you could have about 3 members constituting a tribunal, and you can have three tax complaints being handled at the same time.
Madam Chair, I also needed clarification from the committee. The tribunal is supposed to be chaired by somebody qualified to be a judge. And then in this increment, you seem to be interested in addressing the expeditious disposal of the cases. But if you still have only 1 person qualified at that level, it means even the subcommittee cannot proceed. So have you taken care of it? And 2, the 9 members, have you taken care of the gender composition to ensure that the 9 at least have some ladies?
Honorable members, there are 2 things. There is the tribunal, which is an entity, the organization, and then there are the panels. Now, the tribunal as an organization is chaired by a judge, but the tribunals can be constituted by any member of the panel. There is no restriction on how the panels are constituted. And according to legal guidance, the tribunal can constitute itself into 3 panels if they have 9 members. And that's the latent spirit behind this amendment.
Thank you.
And on the question of gender consideration, Madam Speaker, we thought that this is at the time of appointing, and when we are coming up with a law, it is actually implied in the Constitution. In our Constitution, any such appointment board must consider at least 2/3 to be women.
But that is a constitution. But you need to specify.
Madam Chair, Speaker, I was trying to give information that much as the Constitution has given us the principal direction, it is our duty through these bills to create an act that enables the Constitution to move. So we are the ones to give life to the Constitution. So therefore, I would propose that the committee ask the draft person to draft properly what is amicable.
Yes, Katesh.
Madam Speaker, I stand here to support the amendment. However, the clarification I need from government is whether this is going to address the issue of backlog. Because one of the things that can help to address the backlog and unlock so much tax that is stuck in the tribunal is by having the tribunal full-time. Because it is also impacting on business. You have a dispute going on for years because the tribunal sits on ad hoc basis. So I don't know whether by passing this is actually going to address the problem of so much backlog of cases.
Thank you. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we held the view that it would go a long way in resolving the issue of backlog. But we shall look at it, and Right Honorable Speaker, if we find that it is not working, we shall definitely come back, but we've taken note of the concern. On the issue of the composition, Right Honorable Speaker, we have no problem with adding that 40% shall be women. It's not a problem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But with women emancipation, we can have 50-50. Ross.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a good law must have express terms. So I would kindly request that the committee should go ahead and put that 40% or 45% in black and white. It in another way. So put it down and then we
that
go
will
ahead.
be put because the committee is still this house. It has now come to a committee of the whole house. Members, I put a question that the Tax Appeal Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills Committee stage. The Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022, Clause 1.
I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
The title.
Madam Chair, I'm proposing
yes
insertion of a new clause under 2, at least 1/3 of the members in 2 supposed to be women.
We said 40%, and we have said the draft persons will include.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are moving 40%.
To 40%. Title is going to be big. How many women do you have in Uganda?
The title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. Stop making the Prime Minister speak when the Speaker is speaking.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Act 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Bill third reading.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Tomorrow. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much for the day. We've moved a long way. We are left with the income tax, exercise duty, the tax procedure code, and URA. So we'll handle that first in the morning tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, we'll handle coffee and Naguru. We'll handle coffee and Naguru. Honorable members, we need to finish whatever we are doing. If we can supply on Thursday, then we go for recess. If we can supply on Thursday, then we'll be good to go, and we go on Thursday. But I want to thank you for today. The House is adjourned to tomorrow at 10.